Good evening. This is Rialto Unified School District, regular meeting of the Board of Education for February 5th, 2025. Any individual who requires disability-related accommodations or modifications, including auxiliary aids and services, in order to participate in the board meeting, should contact the superintendent or designee in writing. And this is a call to order at 5:33. Okay. And this is open session. Can I have a motion and a second to go into closed session, please?
So move.
Second.
Okay, as provided by law, the following are the items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting: public employee employment, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees per Government Code Section 54957, student expulsions, reinstatements, expulsion enrollments, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives Edward D'Souza, PhD, acting superintendent, lead personnel agents Rhonda Kramer, Roxanne Dominguez, and Armando Urtiega, personnel services. Employee organizations, California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, CSEA, Rialto Education Association, REA, Communication Workers of America, CWA. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Delta and or Delta 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, number of potential claims, 1. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, CIVS, B as in Bravo, 2219994 versus Rialto Unified School District, claim number 212211. Review of liability claim 242515. And, okay, that's in. Do we have any comments on closed session agenda items?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all at once, board, to move into closed session. Aye?
Aye.
All right, 5:35, we'll move into closed session.
they took their car to their local Firestone.
When he was deployed, I knew where to take the car. I knew I could trust.
Motion to adjourn closed session?
Okay,
Second.
adjournment out of closed session. Do we have a motion to adjourn closed session?
There's a first and a second. And I did the second.
All right, let's have vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye? Aye.
Open session, convened at 7:22. Tonight, we have a special presentation, but first, let's welcome Fitzgerald Elementary School kindergarten student Dustin Foster to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, you can do it, you can do it. There you go.
I can see name over here. Please stand. Wait, put your right hand over here. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag and pride in America. Please tell you where to stand. One nation under God, one for all. The morning board. Good evening, board members. My name is Dustin Foster, and I am here today with Fitzgerald Elementary Kindergarten and community. Tonight we'll be singing "The World Is a Rainbow" to celebrate beautiful friendships in our diverse classroom community. Thank you for letting us share with you.
The world is a rainbow that's filled with many colors. Yellow, black, and white and brown, you see them all around. The world is a rainbow with many kinds of people. It takes all kinds of people to make the world go round. Now you be you and I'll be me. That's the way we were meant to be. But the world is a mixing pot. Just look what happens when you stir it up. The world is a rainbow with many kinds of people. And when we work together, it's such a sight to see. The world is beautiful when we live in harmony. Just look what happens when you stir it up. The world is a rainbow with many kinds of people. And when we work together, it's such a sight to see. The world is beautiful when we live in harmony.
Thank you for celebrating Black History Month. Our talented Fox students from Fitzgerald Elementary School will perform This World is a Rainbow. We appreciate that. That was amazing. A huge thank you to the students, Mrs. Finn, Mrs. Farino, Fitz, Principal, Ms. Kimberly Rossi, and all our amazing families for being here tonight and for their ongoing support of our incredible students. Go Fox! Foxes! Okay, so we have report out of closed session.
We do. The Board of Education took action to approve an agreement settling claims CIBS B22-19994 in exchange for a full release of all claims. Motion was by Board Member Montez and seconded by Board Member Dominguez, and the vote was unanimous. And that's all we have.
All right. So we're going to move to 8.9, adoption of agenda. Is there first or second?
So moved.
Second,
Okay. Is there a vote by board members to adopt the agenda?
there was an amendment.
Well,
Well, we just want to make sure that Okay.
This is
Any
the time-
items?
Yeah. This is the time where the item is.
Right.
Correct.
So, any questions or pulls?
I believe it was page 141.
Yeah, 141.
Yeah, I'm just sort of asking if someone would have it. The board would like to report that page 141 in the consent calendar item section of the open agenda has been pulled from the agenda. Let's vote.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so we have our presentation. Go ahead, student board member.
So first up from Cole Middle School, Davani Tapia.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Board of Education, Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, and viewing audience. My name is Davani Tapia, and I am the proud ASB President of the Mighty Cove Cougars. Second semester life at Cove is off to a great start. We have several events coming up this month, and we are super excited about them. ASB will be hosting Valentine's Dance on Thursday, February 13th, which is next week. We're letting all students who achieve straight A's last quarter come in for free to reward their awesomeness. And students who have a career card will get in free too. For everyone else, it is $1. There are several birthdays this month, including Jersey Day, Twin Day, and Valentine's Day colors. One thing that is new to our school is our Cove Cougars podcast. Our 8th grade science teacher, Ms. Hernandez, is starting a Cove podcast.
Excuse me, the mic is down. Come a little closer. Thank you.
This is an after-school activity that goes along with tutoring, where students can interview teachers, students, and staff with questions about our school. You should also know that Ms. Hernandez was voted one of the top teachers in the state earlier this year. We want to give a special shout out to one of our 8th grade students, Tobo Caffey. She represented us at the District Science and Engineering Fair Awards. We are very proud of her. Our 7th graders will be going to the Medieval Times in Buena Park. They will be going on March 5th. Our ticket sales will end on Friday, February 28th. On April 16th, we're going to host a spring carnival. This will be a whole community event for everyone to come. This will be placed at Cole Middle School Squad. There will be carnival games and inflatables. We're also going to have a taco cart there too. Please come and join us with the fun. Look for more information on our social media pages at Cole Cougars. Finally, one of our teachers, Ms. Helen Johnson, has been selected by the Inland Empire Council for Social Studies. History Social Science Educator of Excellence Selection Committee as a History Social Science Educator of Excellence for 2024-2025. She is going to be recognized at the awards ceremony, which will be held tomorrow, February 6, 2025. Thank you for the opportunity to share all the amazing things happening in Cougar Country. Cougars always loud and proud.
Second from J.Hugh Middle School, Brianda Avila.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Board of Education, Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, and viewing audience. My name is Brianda Avila, and I am the proud ASB historian of J.Hugh Middle School. Standing next to me is our ASB President, Kayla Rodriguez, and this evening she will be assisting me with sound effects. We hope you all enjoyed a celebratory New Year's. Upon our return from winter break, the Jaguars jumped right into action. First, our 8th graders boarded 11 buses and participated in the district's career cruising event. This opportunity allowed us the chance to learn more about the career pathways and CTE electives at Rialto High School. I now want to do green construction and build something while busting out my culinary skills by making a bowl of soup, since building will make me hungry, and then take my blood pressure the way patient services taught me. I can basically be my own one-stop shop. We will soon be walking up to Rialto High School next week to register for classes, and to our new home away from home for the next 4 years. I'll let you know what I choose the next time we meet. Like the movie High School Musical, our Jaguars got their head in the game at our first boys and girls basketball matches of the season. Both teams walked off the court in victory, and we're hoping this is just the start. Yes. Yesterday, we recognized our athletes in our winter pep rally, minus the High School Musical songs, but it was still fun and it made us realize we're all in this together. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Pump up the jam. That's what one of our 6th graders did this past weekend. Madej Martinez was one of our 2 RUSD students who was invited to play in the San Bernardino County Basin Elementary Honor Band at the University of Redlands last Saturday. She represented well, and we couldn't be more proud of our Jaguar. But the music didn't stop there. To kick off Black History Month, some of our Jaguars attended the Honda Battle of the Bands at the SoFi Stadium this past Saturday, where many bands from historical Black colleges and universities shared the stage with some celebrity musical artists. I wanted to bust out my tuba and join them, but I got shy. And soon we will be hosting a Black History Month Spirit Week to celebrate the achievements of many African Americans. Hats off to our future scientists. Many of our Jaguars were recognized to our district science fair last week. From specialty awards to 2nd and 3rd place to sweepstakes, our Jaguars showed that the engineering field has a lot of talent to look forward to. And speaking of talent, JHU was pleased to bring back our annual college and career fair. With different businesses and venues and colleges and universities in attendance, our 7th grade Jaguars were able to visit different booths and speak to professionals about their careers and what inspired them. We would like to give a big shout out to Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Hill from Health Services for representing the nursing field, and to Rialto High School's Dr. Sweeney, Career Center Tech Ms. Cardenas, and all the high school students who attended this event to showcase their pathways. It was a true partnership, and we appreciate each of you. I would also like to give a shout out to our amazing counselors for National School Counseling Week. We have the best counselors in the district, and we appreciate everything they do for us. And that about sums it all up. Before I go, I would like to share some love and wish you all a happy Valentine's Day with a little poem. Roses are red, violets are blue, you make the world a better place by just being you. I am Brianda, and this is Kayla, leaving you with our school motto, giving our best, never settling for less. Have a great rest of your evening and a safe drive home.
Third from Rialto Middle School, Nicole Inosegbe.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Lewis, Board of Education, Acting Superintendent Dr. Souza, and viewing audience. I am Nicole Inosegbe, ASB's proud president of Rialto Middle School, and I hope you are doing well this evening. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm excited to share the roar-worthy highlights from Rialto Middle School, home of the fiercest, most determined students, the Tigers. First, let's talk about our 470 incredible students being recognized for their academic achievements in the second quarter. We're celebrating perfect attendance, yes, even on those tempting sleeping days. Impressive EL level improvements, science fair brilliance, and honor roll rock stars. They put in the work and it shows. But being a Tiger isn't just about books and tests. It's about living life full of heart and hustle. Our basketball team recently hit the court with energy so fierce, I'm surprised the rim survived. Coming up, we're gearing up for Black History Month Spirit Week, a time filled with creativity, culture, and some seriously spirited outfits. I can't wait to see what our Tigers come up with. We've got some exciting plans lined up for Autism Awareness Month. First, we'll be reading to the incredible special needs students at Warner Elementary, bringing stories to life. We'll also be joining Fun at Warner for Read Across America, spreading the love of reading to all students. But that's not all. Our ASB crew got the VIP treatment with an epic trip to SoFi Stadium, where they got behind-the-scenes tour, walked the same field as the pros, and probably imagined scoring touchdowns or two.
Oh, very good.
We are so proud of our students, grateful for our amazing teachers and staff, and thankful for the families who cheer us on. Together, we're making memories that will last a lifetime. Thank you for your time, and go Tigers!
And finally, from Casera Middle School, Jocelyn Diaz.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Board of Education, Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, and viewing audience. My name is Jocelyn Diaz, and I am ASB Vice President of Casera Middle School. Last time we spoke to you, we had a canned food drive in progress. We're proud to say we had many donations, and we donated all proceeds to the Helping Hands Food Pantry in San Bernardino. Since winter break, we have been very busy. ASB has been holding many fundraisers to help raise money for the end of the school year leadership Disneyland field trip, including See's Candy and Raising Cane's. If you would like to support us, you can join us at Blaze Pizza on February 11th, next Tuesday from 5 to 8 p.m. and say you're there for Casera ASB. We would love to see you at our Chipotle night on March 4th from 4 to 8 p.m. Be sure to mention that you were there for Casera Middle School. Hope to see you there. On January 14th, we had our Carter High and PDC Career Question Field Trip for our 8th graders, and everyone loved it. It was so useful to sign up for fun. It was so useful to sign up for fun extracurricular activities and get a sneak peek into the various activities for around our district. On January 23rd, we had our second quarter honor roll assembly, and almost half our students got honor roll with 3.0 GPAs or higher. We're so proud of our Coyotes and all their accomplishments in semester 1. We've also been having many lunchtime activities every Wednesday. Last Wednesday, we played Red Light, Green Light, and our Coyotes loved it. Our after-school programs have been a huge hit. We've had lots of groups that have started on campus, including media literacy, and our students will be making school podcasts. NSG boxing group, esports, and many more where students have an opportunity to come to tutoring and get more involved on campus. On January 31st, we had our Green Out theme pep rally. We had amazing student participation and an entertaining rally featuring our cheer, girls volleyball, cross country, boys and girls flag football teams. We played many fun games and definitely raised some school spirit. Our teachers really stepped up in all the outrageous green spirit outfits, and our Teachers versus Rep game was a huge hit. This week is National School Counseling Week, and we're honoring our counselors by giving them sweet treats and a poster. We want to give a huge shout out to our amazing counselors, Ms. Delgado Brown, Ms. Viet, and Ms. Tor. We can't thank them enough for all they do for our students. Earlier today, we held our third quarter parent conferences. Parents had an opportunity to meet with teachers and discuss how their children is doing in class. We had many families attend the event, and it was a huge success. This month, we're celebrating Black History Month and have many activities planned at Casera. There are inspiring classroom lessons, and on February 26th, our BSU students will have the Black History Month showcase in the NPR. This past Saturday, students attended the Battle of the Bands at SoFi Stadium, and it was amazing. There are 2 more trips planned for this month for our students, and on February 15th, we will be recognizing the achievements of Casera students at the Rialto Unified Black History celebration. We have lots of fun things planned for February, and we are busy preparing to welcome our future Coyotes next month. This Wednesday, we will have a Dress to Impress Valentine's Dance, which will be so much fun. Once again, I am Jocelyn Diaz, ASB Vice President of the Loud and Proud Casera Middle School Coyotes. I thank you all for your time. Go Coyotes.
Thank you so much for the presentations. Now we'll have public comments not on the agenda.
We have several. First, we have Sandra Kapuzan from Kodiak Elementary. She's in the other room. Yeah, thanks. Sandra, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sandra Gapuzin. I'm a special education teacher at Cordiac Elementary. Throughout my career, I have had the honor or privilege of working with many incredible students, families, colleagues, and administrators. Tonight, I come before you feeling vulnerable, emotional, and deeply discouraged by my experiences this school year, particularly with my interactions with the school principal, Mr. Husbands. I have faced exclusion, retaliation, intimidation from Mr. Husbands in response to my efforts to do my job with integrity. My sole aim has always been to ensure that special education law, procedures, and best practices are upheld for the benefit of our students, district, and families. Earlier this year, when we sought clarification from Dr. Scott on matters related to special education, we were never anticipated that our simple request for guidance would lead to personal retaliation and the use of intimidation tactics against us. Our intentions were purely to ensure compliance with district procedures with no ill intent. Yet, the actions taken against us have been overwhelming, contributing to a constant sense of stress, anxiety, and fear when I walk into my workplace. We have tried to address these ongoing issues with our leaders at the district level since November of 2024. It has been disheartening that to this day, we have yet to receive a response on our claim. The ongoing actions of Mr. Husbands continue to significantly disrupt our work responsibilities, and more importantly, they are negatively impacting our well-being. My heartfelt thanks to Cordiac's tenacious teacher staff, clerical team, and vice principal, whose unwavering support has helped keep our team going despite the challenges we have faced. Your dedication and commitment to our students' success are truly appreciated, and I want to ensure that your efforts do not go unnoticed. In closing, I ask for your support in addressing these issues and restoring the positive collaborative environment that we as educators and students deserve on a daily basis. Thank you for your attention and for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marissa Solis.
Good evening, board members. My name is Marissa Solis. I am a 5th grade teacher at Cordiac Elementary. I began my teaching journey 3 years ago with so much energy and enthusiasm to go the extra mile for my students, families, and school community. As I began my journey as a new teacher at Cordiac, I can say that the constant support from my administration and colleagues definitely helped me learn and grow as a new teacher. Unfortunately, this year, my 3rd year, has not been the same. The lack of communication, support, and community has left me feeling defeated, something I didn't expect to feel so soon into my career. At the beginning of the year, Mr. Husbands, our principal, promised support and communication, or as he said, he was there to fix things, which we were not aware our school needed fixing. However, his lack of communication in terms of events and procedures feels like we were walking in the dark. This whole school year, we have had 3 staff meetings in total, in which our questions and concerns were dismissed. We were told that allowing us to discuss any school matters or concerns would just be dumping on him, so he wouldn't allow it. The few concerns we are allowed to speak about were met with, "It has already been decided," with no room for teacher input. Experiencing all of these frustrating miscommunications and seeing the retaliation that my colleagues have received has caused physical stress reactions for many teachers. For me personally, I have experienced anxiety attacks for the first time in my teaching career for not knowing what new obstacle I will have to face at work due to his lack of leadership, or what retaliation and intimidation tactics will be used against us. As teachers, we should not go to school feeling like we have to walk on eggshells. The constant dishonesty in order to cover himself in the eyes of parents and other teachers has created a strong division and shows a lack of integrity, whereas in the previous years, the teachers felt supported and heard by Dr. Morland. As I speak to you today, I come with vulnerability and fear that I also will face the retaliation just like my fellow teachers have when they speak up. I I urge you board members to take a close look at all the complaints parents and teachers have presented against Mr. Husbands and make a decision to remove him from Kodiak for the upcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Janet Chappelle.
Good evening, board members. Since Daniel Husbands has come to Kodiak Elementary School as the acting principal, he has created a toxic and hostile work environment. The teachers and staff are more discouraged than ever. He has used intimidation tactics, retaliation, and has blatantly shown discriminatory practices when dealing with white and minority staff. He has received numerous parent complaints and has at least 2 known formal complaints filed against him. Since the beginning of the year, he refuses to communicate with teachers and foster any relationship with the teachers. He has consistently lied as needed to the teachers, his bosses, and parents to protect himself when being exposed for not doing his job. Parents have been complaining that they will be moving their children out of our school because of him. This district prides itself on creating and fostering a system of excellence for its students and for the teachers who serve every day. I myself as a teacher hold myself to that standard of excellence. The 5th grade team has the highest state testing scores at our school and do everything we can to foster leadership and a deep culture of diversity, inclusivity, and unity. If I hold myself to this standard, then we should have that same standard in having administrators that carry the mantle of excellence. Administrators who care about clear and consistent communication with teachers and parents, focus on building and fostering relationships amongst staff, parents, and students, people who care about the cultures and traditions of the school. We must hold this man to the same standard of excellence that the district requires and what has been required from admin before him. As an already seasoned administrator, Husbands has failed at performing the tasks that are essential to being an excellent administrator and leader. He has gotten called out this year by several parent complaints and teachers who refuse to be treated with intimidation tactics or harassed for speaking up. We should not have systems in place that protect certain admin from being accountable to providing an environment that is positive and fosters academic achievement. We don't need a principal who has only been interested in the last few weeks on monitoring his behavior and communication since being made to do so by district personnel. We need honesty and integrity, not a political manipulator who is only trying to save face to his bosses and teachers.
Thank you so much. Oh,
It was somebody's phone. Sorry about that.
sorry. Okay, let's silence our phones. Okay.
Husbands has shown clear proof we need honesty and integrity, not a political manipulator who is only trying to save face to his bosses and teachers. Husbands has shown clear proof that he is no longer fit to be an admin. Please do not continue to let this man slip through the cracks. Please do not allow a principal who bullies his teachers to continue to represent our district and dishearten good teachers and staff from doing their job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So just for the next couple of speakers, we have 20 minutes on one topic, so you guys will
No,
have
I think we need to hear.
each one?
Hear,
Okay.
hear this. This is very
Okay,
important.
thank you, Dr. Lewis. Okay, next one we have Griselda Mora. Griselda Mora. Okay.
Please silence your phone. I hear that beep and I'm like, but thank you for catching that, and I truly apologize for shortening that time out.
Buenas tardes, buenas noches. su intérprete frases breves para poderle interpretar todo
Sí,
lo que
claro.
dice, ¿ok?
Sí, gracias.
Adelante.
Buenas tardes, buenas noches, mesa directiva,
Good evening, board.
superintendente interino y padres de familia que se tomaron el tiempo para acompañarnos esta tarde.
Superintendent and parents who have taken the time to be with us this afternoon. I'm sorry, the entire group, we're all together.
Who's ever signed?
Can we come in and
You have separate
line up
ones,
over
right?
here?
She's allowing everyone separately to talk. Can you translate that? She's allowing every person to talk. They
Cada
don't have to
persona va a pasar
fill out a
individualmente.
slip.
Cada persona que haya llenado
they
una
put a
solicitud para dar palabra pasará
excuse-
una por una.
Clarification, did they fill out a slip?
Did everyone fill out a slip? to
¿Todo el
speak?
mundo llenó una solicitud para hablar?
Can you go up to the translator so you can?
Pase por acá, por favor, pase.
Creo que le tocaba primero a él.
Okay, so thank you for translating. So are they speaking together or one at a time?
¿Van a hablar todas juntas o va a hablar una por una?
Pero teníamos que ella quiere hablar primero porque ella va a leer una parte y ella va a leer la segunda parte y yo después de ella.
¿Llenaron una hoja cada una?
Sí.
¿Y cuántas van a hablar todas? O?
Si falta tiempo, lo vamos a donar a las 4. Sí.
So several people that filled out a form, a request to speak, a slip, and they're going to speak in a certain order as they choose to do it that way. And if anyone's missing time, somebody else will cede their time to the speaker who needs more time.
Okay, let's just come up, one at a time as they call them up.
And
So we can
in
sort
the
of
order
focus.
that they
Yes.
requested. Okay. Pasen, por favor, en el orden que ustedes solicitaron. ¿Quién va a llevar primero? Adelante.
Okay.
Nada más les pido, les
Yeah.
recuerdo.
So they can,
Para poderles interpretar.
yeah, so they can step back so we have full attention.
So first we have Elsie De La Rosa.
¿Usted su nombre otra vez?
Elsie de la Rosa.
Elsie de la Rosa.
Right, she was speaking, okay. Was the person who started finish?
La persona que inició terminó su comentario.
Yeah, let her finish.
Entonces déjela que
Yeah.
termine. We would like for her to go first and then I'll go after.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Buenas noches,
Good evening,
mesa directiva,
board,
doctor de Sousa,
Dr. De Souza,
staff
staff,
y padres, gracias por acompañarnos,
and parents, thank you for being here
porque esta es una responsabilidad de ustedes y también un derecho
because this is your responsibility as well as your right
de siempre venir, siempre con respeto a presentar sus necesidades
to always respectfully come and bring your needs before the board
para que ellos sepan las necesidades que tenemos los padres.
so that they know what the needs of the parents are.
Normalmente a veces no nos animamos a venir, somos más tímidos, pero ahorita hay algo que urge.
Sometimes we don't dare come before the board. We're a bit shy, but now
Queremos apoyar a una persona.
we want to support a particular person.
Okay. Ok. Nosotros los padres de esta comunidad
We, the parents of this community,
estamos aquí en apoyo de la doctora Patricia Chávez,
are here in support of Dr. Patricia Chavez,
una empleada dedicada y leal
a dedicated and loyal employee
que ha servido a nuestro distrito por más de 9 años.
who has served our district for over 9 years.
La doctora Chávez ha sido un recurso invaluable
Dr. Chavez has been an invaluable resource
tanto para los estudiantes como para los padres.
for the students as well as for the parents.
Ella es la primera persona a la que recurrimos cuando necesitamos apoyo
She is the person we first go to when we need support.
y siempre va más allá para ayudar, nunca rechazando a nadie.
And she always goes up above and beyond to help, and she never refuses anyone.
Su ética de trabajo es incansable
Her work ethic is tireless,
y constantemente encuentra formas de hacer las cosas bien.
And she consistently finds ways of doing things right.
incluso cuando enfrenta desafíos.
And in fact, even when she's faced with difficulties.
La doctora Chávez es humilde,
Dr. Chavez is humble.
nunca busca atención
She never seeks attention
por su arduo trabajo.
for her tireless work.
Deja que otros reciban el crédito por sus logros
She allows others to take credit for her achievements.
y por eso a menudo se encuentra en segundo plano.
And that is why she always seems to be second best.
Sin embargo,
However,
sin buscar reflectores,
without looking for the spotlights,
sin embargo, su dedicación y compromiso inquebrantable
her dedication and her unbreakable commitment
con la comunidad
with the community
la han convertido en un objeto de celos e intimidación.
have made her the target of jealousy and intimidation.
Es evidente que algunas personas
It is quite evident that certain people
que se sienten amenazadas por su éxito
that feel threatened by her success
han orquestado una campaña para acosarla y difamar su nombre.
have orchestrated a campaign to slander her name,
Tratando de desviar la atención
trying to deviate the attention
de muchos más problemas que tenemos ahorita.
from many other problems that we're currently facing.
Le pedimos por favor al board
We ask
que
the board
escuchen la voz de nuestros padres
to listen to the voice of the parents
y investiguen. Se
And-
necesita una investigación amplia.
and investigate. We need an ample investigation.
En lo personal, he recibido llamadas anónimas.
I have personally received anonymous phone calls,
Me es difícil decir esto
and it's quite difficult for me to say the following.
porque normalmente yo no soy una persona que tiendo a atacar ni pelear,
Because I'm not usually a person who is prone to attack or to fight.
pero tengo que decir y hacer lo correcto
But I have to do and I have to say what's right.
porque tengo que ser ejemplo para mis padres.
Because I have to be an example for the rest of the parents.
Yo sé, ahorita yo no tengo problema con nadie de aquí del distrito,
I don't have a single problem with anyone here at the district.
pero yo no sé qué va a pasar
But I don't know what's going to happen
después de que hable.
after I speak.
Pero Dios no nos dio un espíritu de cobardía.
But God didn't give us a spirit of cowardice.
Y yo
And
tengo que hablar también por esos padres que se quedan callados y que van y me dicen a mí muchas cosas si yo dijera.
for
Pero
those parents who remain quiet, but they come to me and they tell me many of the things.
pero no tengo tiempo para venir y estarme juntando cuando hay tanta necesidad.
That I wish I could bring, but I don't have time to be coming to meeting after meeting after meeting where there's so much need.
Entonces sí les pido que nosotros necesitamos a la doctora Chávez y por favor investiguen. Yo voy a tratar de investigar de esas personas.
So I'm letting you know, please, we do need Dr. Chavez and for you to investigate. I am going to try to investigate myself, some of those people.
Se está hablando de madres que están diciendo cosas fuertes
People who are saying really awful things.
y a mí me cuesta decirlo, pero por favor les pido que investiguen.
And again, for me, it's very difficult to come and say it, but I'm asking for you to investigate.
Más acerca de este problema y pues
Thank you.
Gracias.
de nada.
Next, Griselda Mora. Griselda.
Nuevamente, buenas
Un
noches.
segundito, por favor, un segundito. Once again, Doc.
Is her name Griselda Mora?
Griselda Mora, ¿es usted? Perdón, adelante.
Nuevamente, buenas noches.
Once again, good evening,
Mesa directiva,
board,
superintendente interino
superintendent,
y padres de familia que se dieron el tiempo para estar aquí esta noche.
and parents who took the time
acompañándonos.
to be here tonight.
Como ya expresó la señora Elsie,
As Ms. Elsie already said,
la doctora Chávez no es la única que ha sido víctima de acoso
Dr.
sexual
Chavez is not the only one that has been the victim of harassment
por parte del doctor Ávila.
from Dr. Avila.
Sin embargo, ella es la única que ha tenido el valor de hablar
However, she has been the only one to have the courage to speak up,
y otros padres y miembros del personal
and other parents and staff members
que también han sido víctima del mismo acoso,
who have also suffered the same harassment,
pero que tienen miedo expresarlo,
but who are afraid to say it
porque carecen de poder,
because they
porque
lack the power,
carecen de un respaldo
they lack the backup,
y tienen miedo.
and they're afraid.
Y nosotros como padres
And we as parents
nos unimos
come united
a una sola voz para pedir que se investigue
under one voice to ask that an investigation be carried out
y estar al tanto de la situación.
and to be informed of the situation.
Es triste ver que los derechos sean perturbados de esa manera.
It's sad to see that rights can be perturbed in that manner,
Y los derechos de la doctora Chávez civilmente están siendo violados en cierta manera.
and Dr. Chavez's rights are being violated in a certain way.
Y si permanecemos en silencio, no vamos a poder terminar con injusticias.
And if we remain silent, we will never end injustice.
Y la persona Chávez ha demostrado ser una persona íntegra y hacer las cosas sin interés.
And Dr. Chavez has proven to be a wholesome person and someone who does things without a personal interest.
Y pone por primero las necesidades de los padres.
And she puts the needs of the parents first.
De antemano sabemos que el board ha escuchado cosas negativas de la doctora,
We already know that the board has heard negative things about the doctor,
de aquellos que son cercanos al doctor Ávila,
because they are very close to Dr. Avila.
pero le pedimos amablemente que escuchen la voz de todos los padres,
But we courteously ask that you listen to the voice of all of the parents,
ya que la señora Chávez es una persona íntegra y excepcional, como muchos lo saben,
since Ms. Chavez is again a wholesome and exceptional person, as you all already know,
y siempre ha estado para apoyar a nuestros estudiantes
and has always been there to support our students
e innovar técnicas de trabajo con todos.
and to innovate in work strategies for everyone.
Es una verdadera maestra y defensora de los derechos de la educación.
She's a true teacher and a defender of the rights of education.
Y la mayoría de los padres apoyamos al 100% a la señora Chávez
And the majority of the parents support 100% Dr. Chavez.
y exigen en parte que se haga justicia y que sea removido el doctor Ávila,
And we demand that justice be made and that Dr. Avila be removed,
ya que todos sabemos
since we all know
que del cielo a la tierra no hay nada oculto
that there's nothing hidden from heaven to earth,
y que toda cosa buena o mala que hagamos
and that every evil or good thing that we do
tiene que salir a la luz.
shall come to the light.
Y empezando desde aquí,
And beginning from here,
tiene que haber justicia y claridad,
there should be justice and clarity,
porque estamos formando estudiantes,
because we are forming students,
talentos,
talent,
y desde aquí se coordina
and here is where that combination happens.
el trabajo
That includes work
que hacen los maestros
that is done by the teachers
que están al frente de nuestros hijos
who are in front of our children.
y que el reflejo de la escuela en que ellos están
Continue.
y de cómo se dirigen
And that reflects the school that they go to and how they are addressed,
tiene raíces desde aquí, desde el board,
has its beginnings right here with the board.
porque desde aquí se coordinan directores,
Because here's where principals,
subdirectores,
assistant principals,
secretarias,
secretaries,
administrativos
administrators,
y maestros.
and teachers are coordinated.
Y no podemos dejar que alguien que hace cosas que no van adecuadas
And we can't allow someone who's doing things that are not adequate
violen todos esos derechos
to violate all those rights.
sobre lo que llamamos educación,
Rights that are pertaining to what we call an education,
respeto,
respect,
orden
order,
y principios.
and principles.
Creo que todos aquí presentes
I think all of us here present
estamos de acuerdo en que lo principal
are in agreement that the most important thing
es los derechos humanos,
is human rights,
el respeto a cada persona
the respect for each individual,
y estamos como autoridades para ayudar,
and we are here with as authorities to help,
ayudar y dar soluciones precisas y contundentes.
to provide meaningful and precise solutions,
Y que todo lo que no sea adecuado
and that anything that does not fit
deba parar.
should cease.
Confiamos en todos ustedes,
We trust in all of you,
en su preparación profesional,
in your professional development,
psicológica,
psychological,
social,
social,
educativa,
educational,
y principalmente yo confío
and mainly I trust
que Dios les ha dado la sabiduría
that God will give His wisdom
para resolver situaciones como esta.
so that you
Muchas
can
gracias.
solve situations like this one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who's next?
Who's next? Christina Gonzalez.
Christina
Who's
Gonzalez.
next?
No.
She had an emergency. She had to leave.
Okay,
Okay,
next
Nora.
person.
Is Nora next? Nora Mendoza.
Nora Mendoza.
Buenas noches para todos los aquí presentes
Good evening to everyone here present
y para todos los que nos estarán mirando por ahí, ¿verdad?
and everyone who's watching us.
Ay, ya estoy nerviosa. Mi nombre es Nora Mendoza.
My name is Nora Mendoza,
Pertenezco a una unión muy hermosa que empezó la señora Elsie, que se llama Unida de Corazón.
and I belong to a beautiful group that was initiated by Miss Elsie, which is called Unidos de Corazón, or United at the Heart.
Estoy aquí para llamar la atención a cierta situación donde se está difamando a miembros
I
de la...
am here to bring your attention to a certain situation in which someone is being slandered.
donde se está difamando a miembros de la mesa directiva
Members of the board are being slandered,
y a nuestro distrito escolar de Rialto,
and our Rialto Unified School District
que una vez más
that once again
acapara periódicos amarillistas
is the headlines of newspapers
y redes sociales de dudosa reputación.
and social media of doubtful reputation.
Tengo preguntas para ustedes como ¿cuándo se toma la decisión de sacar al señor Ávila con gozo de sueldo?
And I have questions for you. For instance, when do you decide to move or remove Dr. Avila while he continues to collect his salary?
Y a la señora Patricia Chávez suspenderla sin gozo de sueldo.
And to suspend Dr. Chavez without her salary.
Ustedes mismos están dándonos la respuesta con este favoritismo. Ustedes mismos están dándonos la respuesta con este favoritismo.
You yourselves are providing an answer by showing this favoritism.
Y mi pregunta es,
And my question is,
¿qué planean?
what are you planning to do?
¿Cuál es su meta?
What is the goal here?
¿Para quién trabajan?
Who do you work for?
Se les olvida que trabajan para nosotros los padres, que
Did you
son nuestros empleados.
Did you forget that you work for us, the parents? Did you forget that you're our employees?
Que esos lujos que ustedes se pueden dar es porque nuestros hijos están en este distrito escolar.
That if you enjoy such luxury, it's due to the fact that our children come to this school district.
Todos esos trajes, esos carros nuevos que lucen por ahí.
Those suits, those new cars
¿Se
that you
les ha
drive around.
olvidado dónde se formó su corazón?
Did you forget where your heart was formed?
Ninguna madre de familia
Not a single parent
crea un hijo para
raises,
que venga a difamar a otros y se unan en el mal.
raises a child to come and slander someone else and become part of
El
that.
dinero les está pudriendo
evil.
el corazón.
Is money corrupting your heart?
Están dejando en vergüenza a toda una comunidad que les completa su sueldo mirando cómo se sacan los ojos unos a otros.
You're bringing shame to an entire community who pays your salaries and that sees how you're poking each other's eyes out.
Cada junta, en vez de enfrentarse a la necesidad académica de nuestros estudiantes,
At every meeting, instead of confronting the academic needs of each student,
lo único que escucho es difamación.
the only thing I hear is slander.
Es difamación y solo el ataque al señor Montes,
Slander and constant attacks against Mr. Montes,
que siempre, desde que yo recuerdo,
who has always, since I can
desde que él
remember,
llegó a esta mesa directiva,
since he became part of this board,
ha abogado por niños, jóvenes, por ustedes mismos que son sus colegas.
has advocated for the young people, for children, for you yourselves who
No se
are
les
his
olvide
colleagues.
que
Do not
más de una
forget
vez lo han buscado y han asistido a las taquizas,
that more than once you
que
have sought him out,
supuestamente él
that you've
roba el
gone to
dinero,
his
¿verdad?
taco.
De algunos.
Señora, permítame. Tiene que darme pausa, si no, no le puedo interpretar.
Perdón, señor, perdón. Dije que me iba a portar bien, por eso me estoy recordando.
More than one, on one occasion, you have sat him out and you have gone to his taquizas.
Él es el único que ha abogado por niños en escuelas primarias donde se les ha negado, por falta de una extremidad de su mano, se les ha negado el permiso.
Es que no le puedo interpretar con fidelidad.
Discúlpeme.
Si no hace las frases más
Discúlpeme.
cortitas.
Discúlpeme.
Listo, adelante.
Sí. Él es el único que ha abogado
He's the only one that has advocated
por niños que con falta de una extremidad
for children who lack an extremity.
se les negaba pertenecer a un grupo en la escuela, a un grupo a un grupo de fútbol o básquetbol.
Were denied inclusion into a team, like a soccer team or a basketball team.
Él es el único que se tomó el tiempo
And he's the only one that took the time
de decir, si él quiere estar en ese equipo,
to say that if this child
Él va
wants
a
to belong to
estar.
this team, he will be.
él no tiene que estar en los tryouts.
He
Él
doesn't
va a
have to go to
estar
tryouts. He will
por
be.
ser un niño que desea ser parte importante en una escuela.
Just by the fact that he wants to be part of a school.
Y de ahí yo podría contar miles de historias,
And
pero
I
no hay
could tell
tiempo.
you 1,000 stories.
Gracias, señor
more.
Montes.
Thank you, Mr. Montes.
Aparte, al otro grupo también que tenemos
There's another group that we
que
belong
me
to
entristece,
that I'm very saddened
que son como sectarios, pues vienen y piden solo para un grupo étnico.
that they seem to be very sectarian. They only come and advocate for one particular ethnic group.
Ahí se muestra la pobreza de corazón que tienen.
And here we can see the poverty of spirit that they are showing.
Se ruega mucho por la salvación del mundo, pero a la hora de la hora se quiere solamente para los suyos, ¿verdad?
We are always pleading for the salvation of the world, but at a very crucial moment, we're only in it for ourselves.
Más que nunca deseo que esta investigación llegue a su fin y que
More than anything else,
que el
I
peso de la
wish
ley-
that this investigation comes to its end. Ya se le terminó su tiempo.
¿Me permite decir unas palabras para las víctimas de abuso sexual, por favor?
Can I say some words for the victims of sexual abuse, please?
Doctor de Sousa, ¿me permite?
And the board president has
La presidenta de la Junta Directiva tiene la última
Padres de
palabra.
familia, ¿me das tu tiempo?
Next we have Joseph.
No.
Muchas gracias.
We're allowing everyone to speak
Estamos permitiéndole a
with
todo
the
el mundo que
translation.
hable.
So the next,
Next one
person
is
on the list.
Josephina Medina.
Enseguida, Josefina Medina.
No. If you're gonna mess,
No.
then the next person on the list.
Ella es la siguiente
Si
persona.
usted va a donar
You
su
know,
tiempo a ella, entonces
We're
pasan a la
just trying to
siguiente
be fair
persona
and
después de usted.
balanced. So if you choose not to speak, then it's the next person.
Si usted
Yes,
elige no
because you
dar
were going to
palabra,
give 20
entonces
minutes,
pasan de
she
usted a la
gave
siguiente
everyone a
persona.
chance to speak. Normally it's 20 minutes on one topic, and so everyone was
El
given a
límite
chance.
es de 20 minutos en cada tema, así que se va a
So the
imponer un
next
límite
person-
para que todo el mundo tenga la oportunidad de hablar.
The next person can speak.
Lee esto.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Josefina Medina.
My name is Josefina Medina.
He sido voluntaria
I have been a volunteer
por muchos años aquí en este distrito.
for many years at this district.
Vivo aquí en este distrito.
I live here
Mis
in this
hijos
district.
estudiaron en este distrito
My children were students at this district.
y yo estoy con los padres. Somos la voz que está afuera.
And I'm with the parents. We are the voice that's shouting outside.
Yo entiendo que ustedes no tienen 5 minutos para recorrer las escuelas
I understand that you don't
una
have 5
vez
minutes
al mes.
to walk the schools at least once a month,
Por eso hemos venido esta noche
which is why we're here
a
tonight,
traerle las voces de afuera
to bring those
aquí.
voices from the outside in here.
Sin salir de las sombras,
Without leaving the shadows,
no podrán hacer justicia ante el abuso
we will not be able to do justice and end the abuse
de nuestros opresores.
from our oppressors. Armándote de valor.
Ármate de valor y levanta tu voz
Be courageous, raise your voice.
para así salir a todas,
Para
para así salvar a otros que antes de hablar el miedo los paraliza.
So that in that way we can save those others who, when wanting to speak, are paralyzed by fear.
Y los lleva a decisiones fatales.
And leads them to make fatal decisions.
En mi entender,
In my understanding,
el único momento en que se detiene la obra de Dios
The only time when God's work is stopped
es cuando dudamos de su poder.
is when we doubt his power.
El poder hace todo posible.
Él puede hacer todo.
Él puede hacer todo posible.
He makes everything possible.
Estamos aquí también para apoyar a Edgar Montes.
We are also here in support of Edgar Montes.
Edgar Montes no solo está, no solo estuvo, sino que tenemos la fe y la confianza en que va a estar.
Edgar Montes, not only has he been here, not only does he continue to be here, but we have a faith and trust that he will continue to be here.
Porque tenemos un problema afuera.
Because there is a problem outside.
Y él es el que acudimos y él es el que levanta el teléfono a la hora que sea.
And he's the one we come to, and he's the only one that picks up the phone at any time.
Si un estudiante necesita ayuda,
If a student needs help,
él está para los padres. No
he's there
importa
for the parents, regardless
que esté con su familia,
of whether he is with his family,
no importa que esté con sus amigos,
regardless of whether he's with his friends,
no importa que esté en una
regardless.
junta de emergencia
If he's
aquí en este distrito.
in an emergency meeting here at the district.
Queremos decirle a Edgar
We want to tell
Montes
Edgar
que tiene todo nuestro apoyo
that he
y
has
de nuestros
our
hijos
full support
y
and the
de
support
los
of our children
estudiantes de este distrito.
and the support of the students of this district.
Porque con deportes, sin deportes, siempre Edgar está ahí. Por favor, miembros de esta mesa directiva,
Because through sports, or even not through sports, Edgar is always there. So please, members of this board,
acudan a los padres.
go to the parents.
Nosotros miramos lo que de afuera,
We can see
los que entran aquí adentro.
from outside
No piensen
who are coming in. Do not think
que ustedes están solos.
that you're alone.
Por favor,
Please,
acudan a las escuelas
go to the schools
que necesitamos mucha ayuda.
because we
Hay
need a lot of help.
hay niños que necesitan de ustedes,
There are
pero
children out there
ustedes
who need you, who need of you,
no miran
but you can't see them
porque están aquí encerrados,
because you're in here
atendiendo llamadas.
and closed in here, attending phone calls.
Discúlpenme, pero no importantes.
My apologies, but those calls are not important.
5 minutos
5 minutes.
que se tarden en, si quieren llegar a la escuela con el tiempo ya de su trabajo que les cuenta. No creo que sea mucho,
5 minutes
pero
of your
para
work
los
schedule
padres
to come to the schools. I don't
es
think that's
mucho.
a lot. But to the parents, that means a lot.
porque si ellos se los encuentran afuera, no los reconocen porque así no los pueden saludar porque no saben quiénes son.
Because if you show up and you never go, parents will not recognize you. They won't even be able to say hello because they never see you.
Los estudiantes,
The students,
si yo les pregunto quiénes son ustedes,
if I ask the students
ellos
if they
no
know
lo
who you
saben,
are, they won't know.
¿ok?
Okay?
Entiendan esto.
So understand this.
Ustedes trabajan para el distrito de Rialto,
You work for the Rialto School District
para los estudiantes y
You work for the
mejorar las
students.
escuelas.
to improve schools.
Si ustedes atienden 5 minutos, todo va a cambiar.
If you take 5 minutes, everything will change.
Pero si ustedes duran ahí un rato sentados,
But if you stay seated,
nada va a cambiar.
nothing will change.
Next, we have Celia Saravia.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good evening, members of the board.
Presidenta doctora Luis, vicepresidente Mr. Martínez,
President Lewis, Vice President Martinez,
superintendente activo doctor de Sousa y audiencia.
Superintendent Dr. De Souza, and audience.
Soy Celia Saravia
I am Celia Saravia,
y estoy con Unidos de Corazón, pero nosotros somos
and I'm with Unidos de Corazón because we are
Nosotros somos la comunidad.
We are the community.
Somos la voz de nuestros estudiantes.
We are the voice of our students.
Y yo especialmente me siento bien triste con mi board en este momento
And I'm especially sad today with my board
porque quieren remover personas que en realidad están sirviendo profesionalmente en nuestro distrito.
because they're wanting to remove personnel that are really serving our district.
Investiguen lo que tengan que investigar,
Do whatever investigation you must,
pero con transparencia.
but with transparency.
Ya basta, ya estamos cansados la comunidad
We've had enough. The community has had
que cuando
enough
alguien está haciendo buen trabajo le quieran poner el pie.
of the fact that when somebody is doing a good job, you are there to trip them.
Por favor, estamos sufriendo la comunidad, están sufriendo nuestros estudiantes y el personal de su distrito también.
Please, the community is suffering, the students are suffering, and so is your district personnel.
Pero les da miedo venir a ustedes
But they're afraid to come before you
por miedo a las represalias que toman contra ellos cuando quieren hablar.
due to what you can do to them if they come and speak.
Doctor de Sousa, usted ha sido es una gran persona.
Dr. De Sousa, you're a great person.
Un aplauso para el doctor de Sousa.
Yes, a hand to Dr. De Sousa.
Una persona honorable de nuestra comunidad.
An honorable member of our community.
Un gran profesional.
A great professional.
Admirado por nuestra comunidad y un hombre de fe.
Admired by our community and a man of faith.
Y muchas personas acá también
And many people
son honorables.
here are very honorable as well.
Edgar
Edgar,
es nuestro gallo, le digo yo, porque
he's our champion. I call him our champion.
lo conocemos de muchacho, activista,
Because we know him since he was very young, a young man, as an activist.
y ha continuado su lucha con nosotros.
And he has continued his fight with us.
Doctora Luis, cuando usted llegó al BOR, Mr. Martínez,
Dr. Lewis, when he first came to
todos
our
ustedes estaban haciendo un equipo tan bueno.
Mr. Martinez, you
No-
were
no-
all
no
creating a
estábamos-
great team.
No estábamos en este sufrimiento.
We were not going through this suffering.
No me menciona a Miss William porque acaba de llegar, pero nosotros lo que esperamos es que ustedes estén unidos trabajando
I won't
para
mention Ms.
nuestros
Williams because
estudiantes.
she just joined the board, but you were all working for our students.
Lo que esperamos es que ustedes trabajen juntos, que estén unidos. No queremos ver la división entre ustedes.
What we expect is for you to work together. We don't want to see that division amongst yourselves.
Ya estamos cansados.
We are tired.
Y eso se refleja en la comunidad, en la pantalla, toda la gente lo ve. Oh, Dios mío, pues si los mismos miembros están atacando a Edgar todo el tiempo,
And
en
that
vez
is
de
reflected
enfocarse en
by
lo que
the-
deberían de enfocarse,
And that is seen by the community, and it is reflected on the screens when the community sees you, and they say, oh my God, if they're themselves just fighting amongst each others.
no están haciendo un buen ejemplo.
You are not setting a good example.
Ni nosotros tampoco porque no venimos a protestar.
And
Y,
neither are we because we're not here to speak up.
y por eso estamos acá. Porque la comunidad nos está pidiendo, por favor, pídanle al BOR que se enfoque en nuestros estudiantes.
And that's why we're now here, because the community is asking us, please ask the board to focus on the students.
En lo que realmente merece la atención.
For them to focus on what really matters.
Mr. Manso, felicidades.
Manso, congratulations.
Tú eres un orgullo de todos nuestros jóvenes.
You are a pride of all our youth.
Te agradecemos todos sus comentarios tan acertados.
We thank you for all on-point comments.
Excelente.
Excellent.
Aquí te queremos ver en el futuro como un miembro de la mesa directiva.
And we want to see you here as part of the board. In
También
the future.
agradecerle al doctor de Sousa por nuestras clases de matemáticas en UCLA, a la doctora Gibb también.
To thank Dr. De Sousa and Dr. Gibb for the math classes with UCLA.
Sí, de UCLA en
USC.
Gracias porque nos están educando a los padres, pero queremos ver unidad.
Thank you for educating us, the parents, but we want to see some unity.
Porque casi siempre podemos hacer alguna cosa buena, pero con las cosas que se ven, lo que ustedes están reflejando, acuérdense que el lenguaje corporal dice mucho.
Because we can do great things, but then again, when you do certain other things, just remember that body language does reflect a lot.
Y nosotros somos de la comunidad, nosotros sí vivimos en Rialto, nosotros sí pagamos los taxes en Rialto, así que
belong to the
tenemos
community.
derecho a exigir
We do live in Rialto. We do pay taxes in Rialto,
que
so we have
cambien-
the right to come and demand
que se enfoquen en lo que realmente necesita el enfoque.
that you focus on what really matters.
Tenemos muy buenos profesionales acá, por favor, es terrible como la la opresión que están viviendo. La
We-
maestra de educación especial, yo ahorita casi lloro de oír eso. Por favor, pónganse los zapatos de ella.
We have
Yo-
great professionals here, please. I mean, and they're suffering. Again, I just almost was brought to tears by listening to the special education teachers. Please.
no puede estar viviendo ese ambiente tan... Qué terrible.
She
Eso,
can't be
eso es
living under
terrible lo que
that
acaba. Hagan
environment. That
algo.
is terrible.
Hagan algo. La otra señorita, maestra joven, también, qué terrible. Por favor, hagan algo.
Also, the other teacher, the young teacher, that is terrible. Please do something.
Feliz día de San Valentín.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Pónganse en oración.
Pray.
So, do I have everyone on that same topic?
¿Alguien más en ese mismo tema?
Aquí falta otra mamá.
One more parent.
Which one?
Magda.
Okay. Did she fill out a slip? I don't have a slip.
¿Usted llenó una petición de...?
Yes.
Yes.
Mona?
Magda.
Magda, okay.
¿Cuál es su apellido, señor?
Benítez.
Magda Benítez.
So Magda, did she fill out a red slip or a purple slip?
Llenó usted
Ay, el morado. El morado.
Purple.
I checked them off when they came. This is how? Sorry. Magdalena Benitez. Sorry. Sorry.
It's okay.
Magdalena Benítez, ¿verdad? Sí, sí, sí. Se me olvida porque me dicen Magda. Okay.
Go ahead.
Muy buenas noches a todos.
Good evening, everyone.
No me voy a tomar tiempo en saludar a cada uno, pero
I won't take the time to mention each one of you by name.
Me preocupa mucho
I'm very concerned
porque cuando desde que mis niños están pequeños y fueron a Hubings,
because since my children were very young and they went to Ubing,
los problemas siguen creciendo.
the problems keep getting bigger.
Y yo me quiero sentir orgullosa, quiero que mis hijos se sientan orgullosos de vivir en Rialto.
And I want to feel proud, and I want my children to be proud of living in Rialto.
A veces nos dan unos stickers en los policías que dice I love Rialto. I have those stickers. My kids love them.
Sometimes we get stickers from the police department that say, we love Rialto.
Ajá.
¿Quieres seguir en inglés?
Sí, en inglés. Okay. And it's just I feel ashamed every time I have to say I don't have ashamed for another people. What are they doing? Fighting for what? Money is not everything. We're gonna go. We're gonna leave this world. We're not gonna take nothing at all. No flesh, nothing is our spirit. Going away, going away. Sometimes we will see and we tell kids what to do. But do we set up an example? That's a shame. It is so sad. And I talk to my kids and, they are very smart. Kids are looking at us. They don't say much, but they just watching. They watching us. And, the professional people, the example, come on, set up an example. I'm a mother. I did not get the education that you did because I wasn't lucky. But that doesn't mean I cannot get educated because I'm smart. And I see all these fighting for, there's sexual harassment here. I always heard about it. A lot of things, even before Dr. Avila got here. But I thought it was going to stop. And all the, when they were robbing the money from the lunch, whatever, wow. I said, really? No wonder they were charging me for my meal all the weeks, every week. Mrs. Benitez, you need to pay. I said, yes, because I don't qualify for it. I said, yeah. I used to, forget. And they will come and tell me, you need to pay. I said, oh, okay. Otherwise, we're going to give grilled cheese to my kids, to your kids. And I said, okay. So, then later on, I learned they were stealing all that money. Put them in, and then somebody told me that, there's a lot of things going on in here, like sexual things. Come on. Everybody's free to do with their body whatever they want, but please respect. You know, go to a hotel. Do it separately, you know, but don't forget that you have a job to do. You know, it's like, come on, they don't pay you for that, but we're not gonna judge. We see, we don't judge. We hear, we don't judge. But please do your job. And like what's going on right now, oh, I had a lot of respect for Dr. Avila, but I've been hearing things like under the water, like people, like ladies, very scared to talk because they got something to do with it, but they don't want to say it because they are scared. Well, you know, that's what they get for doing things like that, you know? I don't know if I would do that, maybe not, but, you know, like, come on. You're going to do something like that, then you're going to have to take, you know, whatever comes after you. It's very shameful. My kids are almost done. Yeah, but there's another kid from the other parents, like younger people. Parents should be here. But sadly, not everybody is here. But I tell you something, we could all get letters like we did a long time ago. We could get letters. And I'm just gonna tell you something. They want us, you know, separate people like Hispanic people, black people. Come on, let's get united. It's not about racism. It's about our kids. What are they teaching our kids with their examples? That doesn't sound right. Like, I'm gonna have grandkids, probably. Yeah, I hope so. But do I want it to be in a situation like this, listening things like on the newspaper? Like, come on, really? The main head? Like scrambling mud? And everybody get into that? And they don't care who they choose because the money is more important? It is not. It is not. I'm very, very upset. I am really upset because I pay a lot of taxes. I do. I do. Even if I didn't pay a lot of taxes, but my money is as valuable as Dr. Zavila's paycheck. He gets the money from all of us. So as you do too. I don't want to disrespect you. You know, I don't want to judge nobody for whatever they do in their life. That's fine. You are free to do it. But please do what you need to do.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Davis.
Good evening, President Lewis, board members, and Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza. My name is Michael Davis, and I'm here to represent the West Side Action Group, also known as WAG. We are a community-based organization that has been in existence since May 1972. Our mission is to observe and speak up for those not able to do so for fear of possible retaliation and other reasons. When serious issues are raised in the community, they merit our attention. So here are some. Various parents, community leaders, and media outlets have stated that African American staff and also men and women of color for the past 2 to 3 years have been subject to harassment, gaslighting, and unprofessional treatment from top Rialto district education staff. Some members of the Board of Education have happily turned a blind eye to protect their friends. This is called favoritism, is definitely unethical, and could possibly lead to long-term legal consequences. A sitting superintendent, Dr. Avila, now on administrative leave, is said to have supported African American students. He was abruptly put on leave last May with no explanation by 3 board members, what seemed to be a political motive. Then, the Sun newspaper, January 27th, 2025, reported on the legal action, which has been mentioned many times tonight. It seems that in this legal action, it's alleged that Mr. Montes and Mrs. Evelyn Dominguez, based on what's being reported, are in some trouble. We were shocked to view the lawsuit in the paper, and it included quotes like, Montes told Avila he wanted him to hire family members and or friends of his, even if they were unqualified and did not meet hiring requirements. If true, this is a dangerous mindset and a systemic problem. The paper also said that Avila was told to give advocates of special education everything they wanted, even though Avila did not believe it was the district's best interest. This is worrisome because we know that the lead agent of special services is an African American. She is being targeted, it seems, by a couple of Latino advocates who have aligned themselves with some administrators in the education department. In a recent special education meeting, a parent leader brought to our knowledge that some administrators.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Was that 3 minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Wow.
It was 6 for translation.
If you'd like to hand it to the president or the board so we could get copies of it, whatever you have.
Okay, I'll allow
Or send it
to
in, whichever.
fix it up for you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Next, we have Beverly James Wright. Beverly Jones Wright, I apologize.
Good afternoon to the board and viewing audience. My name is Beverly Jones Wright. And I am here to share some concerns as a parent and various community groups in conjunction with the Whiteside Action Group. So my concerns have been there are some disturbing findings about a teacher, Mr. Michael Montano, that we have come to know. And we are disheartened and perplexed by this to speak on this subject, but we are only here to protect African American children and other children. Minors are not fair game for sexually inappropriate action against them is criminal. We learned and have found that Mr. Montano is also a union vice president. This is disturbing. During COVID distant learning, students have shared on social media, and I am hopeful that the Human Resources has knowledge that Mr. Montano was arrested and then released for kidnapping and engaging in prostitution. He frequently comes to this meeting to be very critical about school violence. Apparently, people who live in glass houses should not throw stones. There are colleagues in the Rialto High School who are afraid of him, and it seems the way students are treated in the classroom is questionable. Students should not be getting coached in light of this. In addition, it's suggested that he take a culturally relevant classes. Mr. Montano was approved on January 16, 2025 at the school board meeting to be a junior varsity wrestling coach. Dr. D'Souza, whose acting superintendent status should be reconsidered and revoked if you move on with this coaching position forward. Since 2016 till now, this person has been the subject of social media fact-finding from former students who have indicated he behaved creepy and perversely with them. This is not slandering him. This is information directly provided not only on social media, but testimonies. This is a setup for our newest board member. All of the information should be shared with her going forward. Mr. Brinker, you are putting your friends, your agenda, and using Dr. D'Souza in union politics over student wellness. Human resources, it's your job. Do not allow personal interest of the board members to violate students' rights. Everything will come out in the wash. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Frank Montez.
Got some packages for you guys. Again, common denominator.
You can, give it to the officer.
Things, one for each. Good evening, President Lewis, members of the board and community. Most of my comments are directed to the community just to educate them a little on what's happening and what has been happening. There's been a lot of talk about common denominator in our community, and I want to address this head on. Edgar Montes, I'm looking at you. You have been here for 14 years, and during this time, under your watch, children have been put in danger. We've been exposed to sexual predators, suffered attacks, and continue to be at risk as we speak. The same goes on, the same for you, Tobin Brinkler, which is probably not here. You both been here, and you both knew exactly what was happening with sexual misconduct in this district. Yet you did nothing. Instead, you worked together to protect these predators, and you should both resign now due to your ongoing negligence and disregard for the safety of the children in the district. Let me be clear. I have no doubt that Michael Montano is not the only predator in these classrooms. I am certain, and I know for a fact that there are more. We will find them, we will expose them, and we will make this district do the right thing by these kids. I want to take this moment to acknowledge the young people who were victims of these teachers. Some of them are now adults struggling with mental health issues and other challenges stemming from the traumatic experience they endured at the hands of predators like Mr. Montano and Mr. Quiones and others. While the administrators of the district failed, we see you. We want justice for you. I specifically want to recognize the brave testimony of one of the young women who came forward to share her experience with Mr. Montano and Mr. Quiones. Yes, we're going after you too. Mr. Quiones, we know about you and the despicable things you've done. A young woman, now 24, recounted how she was brought to Mr. Montano's home by Mr. Quiones via Uber, where she was held against her will. She fought him off, was chased around the house, and slapped with such force that she was knocked to the ground. In the end, she was forced to surrender her phone so Mr. Quiones could erase all evidence of the incident. These are the kinds of secrets our children are hiding because, as they say, the union is too strong and they protect the pedophiles. This is unacceptable. There should be a law against this kind of protection and complicity. Our children deserve better. They deserve to feel safe in their schools and be protected by those entrusted with their care.
Thank you.
And D'Souza, where's the money?
Thank you.
Where's our money from that?
So next we have Steve Figueroa.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge what Mr. Davis from WAG said. The last lady who spoke with that large group spoke in English for 6 minutes. He was given less than 3 minutes. And we'd like...
That was an error.
Okay, but it's still... I understand
was...
it still happened. I champion the 3 board members and the direction this board is going. But, you know, somebody's been here for 14 years, and all these problems have been here for 14 years. We can't have a person who was arrested. It's public information. Everybody's saying it's on the San Bernardino court records and everything else. The probationary report. Why hasn't somebody turned this over to licensing and credentialing? You're the board member. Do it. Turn them over to. Let's have an investigation. I just did a Title IX in San Bernardino. I'm doing another Title IX. And this is going to be another Title IX, you have to hire an independent investigator because you can't trust the biased individuals in here. If you need to know them, I know the independent ones, okay? So another thing is when Mr. Montes started, there were 9 African-American principals. Today, there's only 1, okay? So we would like to know the name of those advocates, because I asked for it last time, who are given this privilege, who are targeting the African-American community. Because they're also targeting other advocates that if you speak out, they go against you. I mean, if you're going to be paying somebody for your job or you're hiring half your family, they're going to come here and speak for you. It's as simple as that. If you're going to be If somebody's being paid as an advocate, now they're coming here to support you, that's an FPPC violation. That's using district money for political purposes. And I will file, so that's why I want to know who those people's names are, so, and how much money they've been paid, so I can file with the Fair Political Practice Commission that they're receiving district money to campaign in and out of the school district. So if whatever board member approved this or pushed it through, like I said in the paper, hire my family, that needs to be investigated by independent investigators. Because today I called the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Inspector General's office is still there, and I'm going to file a complaint. So if they're giving all this food away to all these people, like we've also seen and heard and got proof of, we're going to turn it over. So if they're giving all that food away to certain people and family members, we're going to die. That's taking money. That's as bad as stealing money from the kids. That needs to be investigated. All right. And also, I've been going through all my emails by Mr. Montez to me, going all the way back to 2011. I mean, I'm telling you, you can't trust him in a closed door meeting. You saw that tonight. Somebody needs to censor and say, you know what? You can't be in a closed door meeting because it's obviously getting out. All right. And that needs to be investigated. All right. So, and also, having board members talk about administrators, school employees, that's got to stop. Where is the privacy rights of employees? That needs to stop. That's why you have all these people, all the gossip and innuendo. It's got to stop. Somebody's got to be the leader, have integrity, and say, this has got to stop now. It's got to stop. Our children are suffering.
Thank you.
Next, we have Paula Bailey.
Good evening. I've been, I guess, in Rialto for now 24 years. I'm Paula Bailey. I'm a proud parent of now just two more kiddos left in the district, but actually more than that because I support other kids as well, becoming a volunteer ed surrogate. So I will never give up on our kids. So I come with something I'm super proud of. One of my other hats. I was volunteering at the sexual trafficking symposium that was held on the 16th of January. And I was proud to see that we had 3 schools represented. Carter High School administrator was there, Myler High School administrator was there, and our Kolb High School administrator, Miss Tina Lingfelter, she actually brought some students with her, and they did an amazing poster. They had to leave beforehand. I heard the name. I got them that poster. But I was really, really proud to see that we had students there learning and getting that experience of what that's like. They got to meet Mr. Tim Tebow. He was very selective who he took pictures with, but that's his decision. So I always like to start out with the positive. Now, this isn't so much negative, but once upon a time, there was actually time limits when the board members got to speak at the end. And then that was not liked by some, and that was changed. We have a student board member that typically ends up leaving before everything's over and sometimes doesn't get his time. It's not that we don't appreciate your comments, because those of us who are at home listening and would like to hear what's going on the day of, is that something that can come back? Because it's not that we don't appreciate what you guys do, but is there a way that that can be consolidated? Because we only get 3 minutes. And I know you guys have a lot that you would like to share, but it would be really nice if there was some time that is just signified. Like, is it 5 minutes? Is it like it was before? Is it 10 minutes? But we really would like to have him get the full opportunity. It's going on 9 o'clock. Is he going to get the whole meeting? Nope. Last board meeting, I know it was past 9 o'clock when he left. So the part of him being here, having that experience, he loses out, no matter what student it is. But that's all for me. I hope you guys have a great couple 3-day weekends for those reasons. But the most important part is the shirt I'm wearing today is your story isn't over. That means check on your people. Suicide awareness is very big. There is so much going on in this world, no matter how you look at it. Remember, your story isn't over, and we need to really support our people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Claudia Cuevas.
Hola, muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Claudia Cuevas.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Cuevas.
Hoy esta noche yo vengo por algo muy importante
I'm here tonight on a very important issue
sobre el maestro que se está siendo acusado
regarding the teacher who's been accused
por intentar matar a una prostituta.
for having to try to kill a prostitute.
Y más que siga trabajando
And the fact that he continues to work
y esté al lado de nuestros hijos.
and that he's next to our children.
Ahorita comentando con muchas de nuestras compañeras y mamás presentes,
Having conversations with a lot of the mothers and people that are here today.
apoyan mucho al señor Montes.
They support Mr. Montes quite a lot.
Pero yo en mi comentario les dije que yo al señor Montes todavía no tengo el placer de conocerlo.
But I mentioned in my comments that I haven't had the pleasure of knowing or meeting Mr. Montes.
Y ninguno de los miembros de aquí, excepto la señora Evelyn.
And I've never met any of the members today except Miss Evelyn.
Entonces, yo sé que él se ha comportado bien con otros padres y es bueno su decisión de ellos de apoyarlo.
I know that he has been kind to other parents, and it is a good thing that they have decided to support him.
Y yo no vengo a atacarlo a él.
And I'm not here to attack them.
Vengo a que si todos ustedes como miembros lucharon para sentarse ahí donde están en este momento,
I'm here because if all of you who are board members fought hard to be part of this board,
fue para cuidar a nuestros hijos.
you did it to take care of our children.
Ustedes son padres, todos ustedes son padres.
You are parents, all of you are parents.
¿Cómo se sentirían ustedes que supieran que un maestro de la gran magnitud de lo que está ocurriendo ahora estuviera en su escuela?
How would you feel if a teacher who has done things of the magnitude of the ones he's been accused, that he'd be at the school with your children now?
Y más que ese maestro tiene 5 filoneas, no es una, son 5 felonías.
And more so that this teacher has 5 felonies, not 1, but 5 felonies.
¿Y cómo es posible que se tapen unos a otros cuando se supone que ustedes tienen que poner un alto a esto?
How is it that you're covering up for each other when you are the ones who are supposed to put a stop to this?
Entonces, yo fui trabajadora de ustedes de Rialto, yo fui trabajadora de Frisbee Middle School por 5 años
I was a worker at Frisbee Middle School for 5 years,
y me tocó ver maestros muy, muy buenos
and I got to see very, very good teachers,
como maestros muy, muy malos.
as well as very, very bad teachers.
Y yo lo digo por experiencia propia,
I'm speaking from personal experience.
porque uno de los maestros trató de imbécil y estúpido a mi hijo enfrente mío y del director. Estúpido y imbécil.
A un niño suyo.
A mi hijo.
A su hijo. Because one of the teachers called my child, my own child, stupid in front of me.
¿Y alguno de ustedes supo?
And did any of you find out about
¿Alguno
it?
de ustedes me conoce?
Do any of you know me?
¿Verdad que no? Porque no
You
fue
don't, right?
más allá.
Because it didn't go further than that.
Porque prefirieron que no pasó nada y proteger al maestro.
They rather chose to pretend that nothing had happened and to protect that teacher.
Pero a mi hijo, ¿quién lo protege?
But who protected my child?
Y no vengo a atacar a nadie.
And again, I'm not here to attack anyone.
Lo que quiero es que hagan su trabajo y lo hagan bien.
What I want is for you to do your job and do it well.
Porque eligieron estar sentados ahí para eso.
Because you chose to sit there
Para
for that
los
purpose.
padres sentirnos de nuestra obligación, es decir, haz tu tarea, levántate temprano y acude a clases y no le faltes al respeto a tus adultos.
Because we as parents have the responsibility of telling our children to get up early, go to school, do your homework, and do not disrespect your teachers.
Pero su obligación y su trabajo es cuidar de nuestros hijos.
But your job and your responsibility is to take care of our children.
Entonces, todos ustedes hagan de cuenta que los niños nuestros son sus hijos.
So just concede this. Our children are your children.
Porque yo me sentía muy orgullosa cuando trabajaba en Frisbee Middle School
I had such great pride when I worked for Frisbee Middle
y
School.
más de 500 niños me llamaban mamá.
And more than 500 children called me mom.
¿Por qué? Porque estaba al pendiente. No son mis hijos.
because I was very attentive to
Pero
them. They
elegí
were
ese
not my
trabajo
children, but I chose to work there
por los niños
for the
y
children,
para los niños.
for the children.
Entonces, ustedes tienen que entender que ese es su trabajo, cuidar de nuestros hijos.
And you must understand that it is your job to take care of our
Y no
children
estar como poquitos papás quedando bien con los papás, no.
and not trying to please just a few
Tienen que
parents.
quedar bien con nuestros hijos.
You have to be good with our
Que nuestros
children.
hijos quieran atender a la escuela.
Our children should want
Que
to learn
nuestros
at school.
hijos quieran aprender.
Our children should want to
Que
learn.
nuestros hijos se sientan orgullosos de sus maestros.
We want our children to feel proud of their
Entonces,
teachers.
por favor, espero que haga un cambio y que tenga, ahora sí, ese maestro no sueldo y que no esté al lado de nuestros hijos.
So again, do your job, and I hope that that teacher is not being paid, and we don't want him next to our children.
Y espero que hagan su trabajo.
And I hope you do your job.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ana Gonzalez.
All right, good evening, Board of Education, staff, members of the community. Ana Gonzalez, Rialto USD parent and community advocate. Today I stand before you not just as a concerned parent, but as a representative of a community that has had enough. We are here at a critical moment where that very fabric of trust between our district's leadership and the community has been shattered. The allegations against Mr. Michael Montano, Mr. Gabe Quiñones, and potentially others within our schools are grave, deeply troubling, and demand our immediate attention. The revelations of teacher misconduct, specifically sexual harassment and other predatory behaviors, are not isolated incidents. They reflect a systemic failure to protect our most vulnerable among us, our children. For too long, we have heard murmurs of common denominator among those in our district who should be role models. It is time to address this issue head on right now. I urge this board to initiate an immediate and independent investigation into the complaints surrounding Mr. Montano, Mr. Quiñones, and any other individuals implicated in similar heinous acts. We cannot continue to ignore personnel protocols and board procedures that have allowed such individuals to remain in positions of power around our children. Our children deserve better than to be left to the mercy of those who have proven to be threats. Make no mistake, the social contract between the Rialto Unified School District and our constituents has been broken. Shame on the Rialto Education Association leadership for their role in hiding these abuses and for protecting those who should never have been allowed to set foot in the classroom when the very people tasked with nurturing and educating our youth choose to harbor predators. They become complicit in these crimes committed against our children. This is shameless and unacceptable. We see the effects of this negligence manifested in the struggles faced by the young adults today, many of whom bear the burdens of trauma inflicted upon them in our schools. I want to take a moment to acknowledge those brave individuals who have suffered in silence, who are not alone. We hear you, we see you, and we are here to fight for your justice. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of the testimony of a courageous young woman who has come forward regarding her harrowing experience with Mr. Montano and Mr. Quiñones, who are still employees of this district. Now you have someone on active probation. Is that what it takes for you to do something about it? It is time for us to demand accountability from those who have failed our children. Those who have been in leadership positions during this time of crisis must consider their roles with utmost seriousness. If you cannot commit to a safe and nurturing environment for our children, it is time for you to step down right now and resign.
Next, we have Mona Ruiz.
Testing.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Mirna Ruiz.
My name is
y
Mirna Ruiz.
Hoy voy a hablar en español.
Today I'll be speaking Spanish.
Estoy aquí porque la responsabilidad en nuestras escuelas no solo es importante, es necesaria.
And I'm here today because accountability in our schools is not just important, but it is necessary.
Necesitamos responsabilidad en todos los niveles, desde los maestros hasta a los administradores y la dirección del distrito.
We need accountability at every level, from teachers to administrators to the district leadership.
Primero, debemos asegurarnos de que los maestros reciban apoyo, pero también sean responsables de su desempeño.
First, we need to ensure that teachers are supported, but also held accountable.
Así como los estudiantes enfrentan consecuencias como suspensiones o expulsiones, los educadores también deben cumplir con sus estándares que se esperan de ellos.
And just like students face consequences such as suspensions or expulsions, educators must also meet the standards expected of them.
Tenemos administradores como el señor Husbands, ya mencionado,
We have administrators such as Mr. Husbands, already mentioned,
la señora Nellen
Ms. Nellen
de la Cusera Middle School
from Cusera Middle School,
y Morasco de la Eisenhower High School,
and Morasco from Eisenhower High School,
que no se preocupan y deben rendir cuentas.
that do not care and need to be held accountable.
Quiero ser clara.
I want to be clear.
Los maestros que realmente se preocupan por nuestros estudiantes no deberían ser silenciados o amenazados cuando alzan la voz.
Teachers who truly care about our students should not be silenced or threatened when they speak up.
Nadie, ni un maestro, ni un padre, ni un estudiante debería de temer represalias por abogar por lo que es correcto.
No one, whether a teacher, a parent, or a student, should fear retaliation for advocating for what is right.
En segundo lugar,
Secondly,
nuestro distrito está gastando demasiado dinero en abogados mientras que las necesidades críticas de los estudiantes no se están cubriendo.
our district is spending far too much money on attorneys while critical student needs go unmet.
Las investigaciones se prolongan y los recursos que deberían usarse en las escuelas, en las aulas, se están destinando a batallas legales.
Investigations are dragging on, and resources that should be used for classrooms are instead funding legal battles.
Mientras tanto, los estudiantes, especialmente aquellos en educación especial, están siendo privados de los servicios a los que tienen derecho.
Meanwhile, students, especially those in special education, are being denied the services they are entitled to.
Por ejemplo,
For example,
salas sensoriales, la capacitación del personal y capacitación para padres.
sensory rooms, staff training, parent training.
Esto es inaceptable.
This is unacceptable.
Otro ejemplo,
Another example.
nuestros estudiantes deberían no deberían de tener que recaudar fondos solo para representar el distrito.
Our students should not have to fundraise just to represent the district.
No deberían tener que pagar de su bolsillo el transporte a los eventos.
They should not have to pay out of pocket for transportation to events.
Los estudiantes de último año no deberían tener que cargar con el costo de su toga y su birrete solo para poder graduarse.
Seniors should not be burdened with the cost of their cap and gown just to walk at graduation.
¿Dónde están nuestras prioridades?
Where are our priorities?
Si realmente nos importa la educación, nuestro enfoque debe de ser garantizar que cada estudiante pueda leer al nivel de su grado antes de graduarse.
If we are serious about education, our focus should be on ensuring that every student can read at grade level by the time they graduate.
Hay muchas más necesidades que puedo mencionar,
There are many more needs I can mention,
pero eso será en la próxima junta, parte 2.
but that will be at the next meeting, part 2.
Los estudiantes que están aprendiendo inglés deben
English
ser
learners
capacitados,
should be reclassified,
pero muchos se están quedando atrás.
yet many are being left behind.
Y nuevamente, nuestros estudiantes que reciben servicios de educación especial no están siendo reclasificados.
And again, our students receiving special education services are not reclassifying.
Why? Ay, ¿por qué? Sorry.
¿Por qué? Why?
Pregunte por qué tenemos muchas mediaciones legales.
Ask why we have many mediations.
Estas son preguntas que necesitan respuestas
These are questions that need answers.
y los responsables deben rendir cuentas.
And those responsible must be held accountable.
Padres, estudiantes, maestros, por favor, alcen la voz.
Parents, students, teachers, staff, please speak up.
Nuestras escuelas nos pertenecen a todos y no podemos permitir que el miedo o la intimidación nos silencien.
Our schools belong to all of us, and we cannot allow fear or intimidation to silence us.
Debemos exigir responsabilidad en todos los niveles porque nuestros estudiantes merecen algo mejor.
We need to demand accountability at every level because our students deserve better.
Ya estamos hartos.
Enough is enough.
Tenemos prioridades
We have priorities,
como lo que está pasando ahorita.
such as what's going on right now.
Por ejemplo,
For instance,
el miedo del Departamento de Educación que puede estar cerrado.
the fear that the Department of Education might be shut down.
La comida para nuestros estudiantes puede ser parada o
The
quitada.
food that we give our students could come to an end.
Las familias que están siendo
haciendo blanco.
Ajá, que están siendo blanco.
Están siendo blanco.
Ujú.
De
De los
Está bien,
inmigrantes.
están siendo blanco. Our families who are being targeted,
Prioridades
priorities,
y, por ejemplo, igual como han mencionado otros padres.
and other examples mentioned by other parents.
Tenemos que ayudar
We have to help
a que todo esto pare.
to make sure all of these stops,
Como
Thank you.
just like right now.
Thank you. Next, we have Maria Velasquez.
Yeah.
Sí. Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es María Velázquez.
Good evening, my name is Maria Velasquez.
Estoy sorprendida aquí a estar parada.
I'm very surprised as I stand here before you.
Honestamente, hasta estoy temblando.
In fact, I'm shaking.
Pero estoy temblando de esa impotencia de todos los padres
But I'm
que-
shaking due to the impotence from all the parents
que no pueden hacer nada y no han sido escuchados.
that are unable to do anything and are not being listened to.
Estoy nerviosa.
I'm nervous.
Estoy conociendo todo esto que estamos pasando ahorita
I'm just learning about all of these that's going on just now.
y apruebo todo lo que dijo Ana González y el señor Frank Montes
And I agree with everything that Ana Gonzalez and Mr. Frank Montes have just said.
y no me voy a meter en política.
And I won't get into politics.
Pero a este nivel
But at this level,
me suena como que se creyeron lo de la Agenda 2030,
it sounds to me like you believe the whole thing about the Agenda 2030,
donde nuestros niños los están confundiendo si son niños o son hembras.
where our children are being confused whether for them to not to know whether they're male or female.
Yo como padre de familia
As a parent,
he recibido papeles de aplicaciones en la escuela
I have received applications from schools
donde preguntan el género hombre, mujer o tu preferencia.
where they have categories such as male, female, or preference.
Y ahí está que ya lo están poniendo en acción.
And that shows that it's being put into action.
La otra cosa que está también supuestamente aprobada en California,
The other thing that supposedly has been approved in California,
que un adulto puede tener sexo con menores desde los 10 años.
that an adult can have sex with a minor up to 10 years of age.
Y eso es lo que al parecer el distrito escolar está permitiendo.
And apparently this is what the district is allowing.
Nuestros niños son el futuro
Our children are the future,
y no queremos una juventud traumada.
and we don't want a youth that is traumatized.
Y este es un mensaje para todos nuestros padres de familia.
And this is a message for all the parents.
Y esto quiero que salga al público,
And
no
I-
que se lo queden aquí.
And I want this to be made public. I don't want it to stay here.
Nuestros niños están siendo abusados por medio de las redes sociales.
Our children are being abused through social media.
Los intimidan y ahí está la puerta abierta para todos esos predadores sexuales.
They are intimidated, and that door is open for all the sexual predators.
Y hay algo que quiero tocar.
And there's something else I want to mention.
Me estoy sorprendiendo muchísimo de qué es ese encarcelamiento que tienen en las escuelas.
I am very surprised about this confinement that is happening at all the schools.
Honestamente, no sé si los padres de familia ya lo notaron,
I'm not sure if the parents already noticed.
pero nuestras escuelas están siendo privatizadas.
Our schools are being privatized.
Lo estoy diciendo de la manera en que ni siquiera tienen la libertad de mirarse a las calles. Están tapando todos los cercos a que no se mire hacia adentro.
It is in such a way that all the fencing is being made private in such a way that no one can look inside.
Se supone que es para cuidar a nuestros niños, ¿verdad?
Supposedly it is to protect our children.
Pero me pregunto,
But I ask
cuando haya
myself,
un abuso dentro,
what if there's abuse happening inside?
¿qué es lo que va a pasar?
What's going to happen?
La palabra de un adulto dentro de la escuela
The word of an adult inside the school
contra la palabra de un pequeñito.
against the word of a small one.
Eso tiene mucho que ver y yo sé que muchos padres no están tomando en cuenta eso.
That has a lot to do with this, and I know that a lot of parents have not taken this into consideration.
Yo soy madre de 3 hijos
I am the mother of 3,
Y gracias a Dios, todo el tiempo estuve al pendiente de mis niños.
And gratefully so, I've always been attentive and pending of my children.
Ya están graduados.
They've already graduated.
Pero el que estén graduados no quiere decir que yo no tengo voz y voto en esto.
But that doesn't mean that I don't have voice and a vote in all of this.
Porque tengo conocidas, familiares,
Because I have friends, family members,
tengo sobrinos, sobrinas,
nieces, nephews,
y estoy mirando que están tomando nota.
and I'm seeing that you're all taking notes.
Y espero que realmente esas notas
And I hope that those notes
salgan al público
Be
y no
made
se
public.
queden aquí en estas paredes.
and that do not remain here inside these walls.
Les pido que escuchen a nuestros padres,
I ask that you listen to the parents.
que tomen esos 5 minutos porque me los he tomado yo, checando todas las escuelas que poco a poco están siendo, podría decir confinamiento, que no se puede ver para adentro.
That you take those 5 minutes that I myself have taken to go to schools so that you can see and notice how those schools are being, I guess I can say that they're being confined, that you can't even look inside.
Y repito, ya no tengo niños,
And I repeat, I don't have any children anymore.
pero soy un padre y soy parte de esta comunidad desde 1988.
But I'm a parent and I've been part of these communities since 1998.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the items for items not on the agenda.
Okay, now we move to public comments on the agenda item.
So first we have Ana Gonzalez for E 1.3 and E 3.3.
All right, really quick. I forgot. It's me again, Ana Gonzalez, our USD parent. So the first item. Sorry, I need to find the items. Anyway, I'll just speak on it. So the first one, I wanted to speak on the policy maintaining appropriate adult-student interactions. Again, here we go, talking on the subject, the elephant in the room, student and adult interactions. I'm glad this policy's here, but now I wonder, did it get here because of this situation that just came to light? Is it because the board was already, planning or scared to bring this up? I'm just wondering because it says it's a new policy. Did we not ever have this type of policy before? Did we not ever train our staff to not have inappropriate interactions with our youth, our student, or minors? I mean, I'm glad it's here, but holy crap, why didn't we have this before? And then on the other item, the pouches, the cell phone pouches, I'm really concerned about the way that it was brought. I actually want to thank Dr. Lewis for bringing it up at the last board meeting, because to my understanding in the last board agenda, I saw that there was a presentation on the cell phone pouches, but I did not see an item for approval of the funding to pay for the pouches. And now it says to ratify the amount of the $13,000 to pay for the pouches. Well, guess what? I am in full opposition of paying for those pouches out of district funds, because I don't think it's a good idea now in light of the situation of the teachers. I truly believe that our students should carry their cell phones at all times in the classrooms to expose any misbehavior of teachers or adults if they feel they're in danger, to expose all kinds of behaviors from the adults. And then look at the stabbing situation. I'm glad the students had their phones on them so they can expose what happened to the student that got stabbed. Now I feel that students should be carrying their phones at all times. And this Tobin Brinken money with the FPPC violations, well, how about we use that money to pay for these pouches instead, and let them pay for the phone pouches out of their pockets, and not use our public funds for these pouches? Because as a parent, now I feel more than ever that our students should carry their phones at all times, and I am in full opposition of us paying out of public funds for these pouches, when in light of the recent events, our students should carry their phones at all times. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Frank Montez. Mr. Montez, can you combine both your items? You have two items. Can you combine them together? Please.
Yes, sir. On the item regarding the policies on how teachers interact with students, I think, like Ms. Gonzalez said, where has that policy been? You know, and I do believe that it's because we brought this out to light. You know, when someone comes up here and speaks, they better come correct when they're going to try to challenge somebody in the community, because we're not going to take it. We're not going to sit here idly by. I don't get bullied, like I said. Some of these folks think that people can bully them, but I don't play. I want to read something that you need to make sure that's on that policy. It said, my senior year, Teacher Montano, and my senior math teacher, Mr. Quiones, were both perverted towards me. They both passed me when I should have failed. Montano got gifts for my baby, and I had an incident where I felt I was going to be raped by Mr. Quiones, and I was in a situation where it was just me, Mr. Quiones and Montana. Montana was sleeping during the incident. By the way, however, during the incident, a number of things happened to me by Mr. Quiones while I was 17. He tried to drag me into the pool, kissed me multiple times, and was was complimenting, trying to groom me into doing things with him. He offered me alcohol, which I denied. He slapped me for not kissing him and told me he was going to wake up Montano and chase me around the house and more. Eventually, I was able to get home, and my only way of being able, was if Mr. Quiones could get my phone and delete the messages. Only if I let him would he let me go home, and I did, because I was terrified out of my existence. I was convinced I was going to be raped that night, and instead cried the entire Uber ride home. This is the same man that came up here speaking about the phone pouches so you guys can get them. Do not pay that bill. It was not authorized. And these, again, the common denominator is Edgar Montes. That's what the common denominator is. And we want to talk about slander. The best protection from slander is the truth, And there's some advocates here that take advantage of parents when they're doing these special ed programs. They need to be investigated. So, Mr. Figueroa, please do that investigation and follow the money. And you will find that there's special ed advocates that have been taking advantage of the parents, delaying IEPs so they can make more money. That is just as harming as this Montano and Quiones. Those pouches should not be allowed. Our kids need the phones to protect themselves, because obviously the school is not protecting them, especially board members that have been here 14 years.
Thank you.
Next, we have Steve Figueroa.
Good afternoon. As you know, I'm an education advocate, and I'm not on that list. So what I'd like to basically say is it's a shame that 2% of people have ruined it for 98%, because I believe that 99% of the teachers are amazing. They work hard, they do hard, but we have to have this policy that should have been in effect 14 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, that it's being done now because of that one time. And I agree, you shouldn't take the phones away because of this policy. Why? Because it only takes one time. That student, like they said, had they not had the phone, the stabbing, the 2 stories, so it's important. And that ties right into your policy. And I have the latest Title IX policy from Office of Civil Rights if you want it, because what's happened here is called the deliberate indifference to sexual assault. And it's under the Code of Federal Regulations. I could provide it to you. Deliberate indifference to sexual harassment, sexually hostile environment, okay? I have the codes because I just prevailed in 2 districts on it, okay? So I'm telling you, I'm willing to provide it to you so that you can have the most up-to-date policy like San Bernardino's gonna have. So what I'm telling you is, this policy is long overdue. And we intend to hold those board members who did investigate this guy. I'm asking you, you have a duty and a responsibility to notify credentialing, licensing credentialing, and have this brought before them. Because it's for the safety. That's your duty as board members, to do your job, to turn it over to your legal counsel and say, we need this investigated by an independent investigator, we want it turned over to credentialing. It was not only abuse, but it was corporal punishment, impacting the mind and physical of students. You know, when they're getting too close, that's corporal punishment. You can't have that. Who's your HR? Who's doing your hiring? They need to be reviewed. Who was the assistant superintendent of special ed? They need to be reviewed. It's that simple. When that happened, I think they're on leave right now, but they should have upset and said, enough of this. And yeah, there's a lot of finger pointing going on, but it's kids. So I'm asking now that you're in charge to do what the others wouldn't do. Turn it over to credentialing, have an independent investigator, and let's reassure the parents that your kids are safe. Your kids are safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last, we have Mona Ruiz.
It's quick. It's rápido. I'm going to be speaking, Myrna Reese, I'm speaking on 1.3 regarding the policy maintaining appropriate adult-student interactions. My comment is just really quick. I'm glad that this is happening. I'm not going to go back on the past and all of that because, you know, we get nowhere. But one thing that I do want to make sure that this policy is implemented, just not because it was created, that is forgotten, you know, 3 years from now, next week, the year after. We need to make sure that we keep revising this and making sure that we are implementing these. And also making sure that we, going back to the training, making sure that we are doing appropriate training and reminding people what it means to have appropriate interactions, you know, with adults, with students. Because some people obviously might not have common sense, you know, and we have to teach that. We have to be very careful on that. So just again, you know, I'm glad this policy is in place, but we have to make sure that we follow up on this and when this is implemented and how it's implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all we have, Dr. Lewis.
Okay. So comments from us, Association Executive Board members, REA, Rialto Education Association.
It's no one.
Next, California School Employees Association, CSEA.
Whew. Okay. Do I feel broadsided? Yes. Am I surprised? Yes. I'm going to stick with my original plan. I'm going to try and end this on a little happy note. I wanted to express my gratitude for Kolb's administration for their unwavering support and compassion during one of our members' families. They had a hardship, and their flexibility and care with that employee is truly greatly appreciated. I want to let you guys know that we've begun preparations for negotiations on our successor contract. And I wanted to thank every one of our members who participated in the contract survey. Their input is invaluable, and we will be using it to advocate for the best possible contract. There is good news. The state budget outlook is better than expected with a 2.34%, I believe, cost of living adjustment expected. Which gives us a positive outlook as we move forward into our negotiations. I wanted to thank our administration for keeping us informed about the changes, especially with the ICE agents and issues that are coming forth from the outside in. We appreciate your efforts to provide that training. I do suggest extend this training to more classified employees, particularly the custodians, the maintenance workers, the safety officers, and IT staff, who may be the first to encounter the agents out there in the community as they are out there, in their vehicles around the town, going to the different sites. I am concerned about the upcoming retirements and the loss of valuable knowledge, especially given the current lack of support staff that we currently have now. As many positions may be not prioritized or may, in light of all this other stuff that's going on, kind of fall away from being looked at to be replacements or replaced. I just want you to know that it's going to be very hard for the classified members that are left behind to keep this place in the usual customary way we're used to it, providing services for our teachers and administration. Classified staff is going to be left to do double and triple duty, and it's going to be very challenging, I think, if we don't start preparing for the next 4 months. We have 4 or 5 months left. I know it's a big task given everything that we just heard today and all the issues that we're going through. I hate to even bring this up, but we've got to look forward as much as we can and prepare for the future. I want to say we can't look back because we're not going that way. We have to start taking the proper steps forward to correct the wrongs and fix our future, because we're not going backwards. We really have to focus on the future. And I would hope and I trust that all our administration is going to do that. So that's all I have to say. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Communication Workers of America, CWA. Rialto School Managers Association, RSMA. Comments from student board member.
For my comment today, I have had many opportunities this month to be able to voice students, and I would like to share these opportunities with you that I've had. So first off, for my school, my band, my orchestra, and my choir for my school, we played for middle schools. And we played for middle schools. There is a total of 3, and we played a performance for all of the 3 schools. And then it was very fun getting to play for them, and hopefully one day becoming part of a program hopefully one day for them to be a part of the program of the arts. So getting to play for them, hopefully set up a memory that gets them excited for high school, And because of that, I would like to encourage that the district sets up more programs where high schools could perform in front of middle schools in order for them to become more excited to join a high school. So a plan is necessary in order to increase the amount of students that join a program of the arts, and it all starts with the middle schools. So then people in elementary schools, they could start playing an instrument or being in choir, and then middle schools, they also start, and then in high school, they love it, and it's just their passion. And then I also wanted to talk about, I created an Instagram account for a student board member. So then students could be able to see the stuff that, because I think it's really closed. Last year, we have a student board member every year, but I myself didn't even know that we had a student board member, and a lot of students don't. So it's important that if they're the voice of the students, that the students know that, oh, there's someone here that is advocating for me. And making an Instagram account, hopefully I want it so for the next student board member, it passes down and it passes down and it passes down. And then hopefully with that, the Instagram account builds, it gets more students are able to be on it, and then they're able to see, just what a board is doing for their district. And then I also got to be at the new Eisenhower building. I got to tour it this Tuesday. And then I wanted to thank the community because you guys are the ones that paid for it. So, and thank you because I think it's really important. And it's important because we're starting to improve the mindsets of the students because something new is happening to their school. It tells students that there are people like you that care about their education, and sometimes just getting to see something new is good for them. And this new renovation continues giving students more reasons to be proud of their school. And then hopefully in the future we could continue renovating schools, getting to give them more reasons to be proud of their schools. And yeah, so I have something. A lot of students have been asking me about the immigration safety for students, and I wanted to discuss that. So I was a part of a staff meeting, and I had a meeting with my principal to be able to discuss, what's the policy of immigration and how could they be protected. So this, the staff meeting, this goes for staff. Staff were informed of how they're able to stay protected and how they could protect a student. And here's that. So I was a part of a staff meeting, and students, you have to make sure that you keep your emergency card up to date, so just in case anything were to happen. So they're able to call your parent, they're able to call your emergency contact, and then be able to protect yourself. And then ICE is only allowed to enter a school if they have a warrant or a subpoena for a specific person, and they're only allowed to talk to a principal. So ICE is not allowed to just walk into a campus and take a student. They have to go through the front office just like everyone else. And Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza has made sure to send all parents information about individual rights. So students, if you are curious, make sure to ask your parent and they'll tell you your rights. So on a higher note, schools do not know whether you are documented or not. They do not collect that information. And a situation like giving an officer a list of undocumented students will never occur, since individual schools don't even know who's documented or not documented. It's also important to understand that there is a law that protects you students from schools giving information away to anyone. So schools cannot just give information to an officer. And then a Supreme Court decision that has been established in 1982, Plyer v. Doe, that undocumented students have every right to attend school full-time. A school is not allowed to deny students a free public education on the basis that they are undocumented. So students being at school is your absolute right. Don't be scared to attend your school. You have every right to be there just like any other student. So these are very scary times, but please continue working hard and being your very best selves. You are strong individuals, and don't let fear affect who you are as a person. Be strong and defend what you believe. You are our future.
Okay, next we'll have, next is board member, acting superintendent, Dr. D'Souza.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I'll keep my comments brief, and I do want to thank Fitzgerald Elementary School for their wonderful song tonight, which brought joy just seeing the face of babes and straight from the voice of babes. I also want to congratulate our DSAC middle school students. They always have a wealth of tell us what is going on in those middle schools, which is really good. This week is also Counseling Week 2025. Our counselors really work really hard. Though they're called academic counselors, they also deal with all emergencies that occur on campus. So they deal both with the emotional well-being of the kids, and if we have a crisis on campus, those are the first people we go to. Also, when we have new courses on campus, they are the ones who communicate to students what is going on, and it's really important in the communication process. So they are going to be celebrating Counselors Day tomorrow at Eisenhower, I think, Dr. Burchiaga. And if you can stop by, I think they're having a special luncheon for the counselors tomorrow at the bistro. Next, I also want to talk about something which is in my heart for academics in the area of science and math. We had over 300 science fair projects this year, and we gave out over 2,500 in community awards, plus the different trophies that students received. There were some really good projects about the saliva of dogs and looking at how it helps with the spread of disease, which I thought was really nice. And thank you both to Dr. Lewis and Trustee Williams and Trustee Dominguez for coming to the event and taking a big leap in terms of academics in the district. And thank you to Ms. Juanita Chan Coffey and assistants Ruth Gonzalez and Yvette Elizondo for putting this event on. And last Friday, I also had the privilege of speaking with Dr. Gibbs at the Aspiring Leaders Academy. About 30 years ago, I went through something like that through Cal State San Bernardino, and it does make a difference and on getting some of our teachers to be able to become future administrators. And thank you to Roxy Dominguez, Armando Ortiaga, who put it together, and Rhonda Kramer for their support for this wonderful platform. Also, this month is Black History Month, and I do want to let everyone know that during the month of February, I'm trying to condense here, on Saturday, February 15th, from 10:30 to 1 o'clock at Rialto High School, we'll be celebrating our Black History Month, and the theme this year is celebrating Black excellence in technology and innovation, which shines a spotlight for remarkable achievement of Black pioneers in this field. And this is a highlight for our community, so please make sure that you attend. Also, Nutrition Services will be hosting a celebration of Black History Month on Friday, February 21st from 5:30 to 8 p.m. at the Cafe Bistro, and they always have wonderful food there, so make sure you attend. It's also, I don't know what happened to the calendars here, but I do apologize, but we also have our wonderful CPAC meeting on the same day, but it's at the same location. So parents, when you come for the CPAC meeting, that is from 5 to 7. So make sure you come down to the bistro to enjoy the festivities there. CPAC is basically a special education parent advisory committee, and thank you to Dr. Scott for putting it together. We had about 50 parents in attendance last time, and Dr. McMillan and Ms. Pat Connor shared information on the Family Resolution Center, with basically special services and special ed working together, so our parents have a forum to resolve their concerns. So I hope that will be something which will be very helpful to parents. And so the next CPAC meeting is on February 21st, the same night as the Nutrition Services celebrating Black excellence. And then this year we had our first of our 3 LCAP meetings, which was on January 3rd at Carter High School, and parents attended and received an overview of the LCAP process. And they also provided feedback on the 3 LCAP goals, which are student achievement, conditions for learning, and student engagement. Just a reminder, the next meeting is on March 3rd at Eisenhower High School at 5:30 p.m. in the multipurpose room. And yesterday I went to the Cafe Bistro to the early college program, which is near and dear to my heart. This year we have about 300 ninth graders, kind of double the amount of students taking the early college program. And thank you to our board for allowing as many kids this year. So we also had Board President Stephanie Lewis and Ms. Dominguez, Board Member Ms. Dominguez attend. And thank you to Dr. Burciaga, Lead Agent of Secondary Education at Kaishana Kern, for organizing this event. And thank you to Mr. Joseph Williams, who showed up to say a few words, and also District Parent Wendy Gavini, who also works as an instructional assistant, but also is a parent of the early college student who was at Eisenhower High School. And thank you to Multilingual Programs always for their interpretation last night. And finally, I want to remind students, families, and staff that on Monday, February 10th is Lincoln Day. All our school sites will be closed, and we'll see you all back in school on Tuesday, February 11th. January just seems such a long month, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Board Member Williams.
Good evening, everyone. So I want to just start off by saying that your voices are always welcome here, and we do hear you, even when we're sitting here and, with straight faces. The absences across the district on Monday tells me that our families are really hurting right now. I heard the recent message from our lead agent of communications and media services providing families with information regarding their rights and available resources, which was also mentioned tonight. I'm proud that it remains our district's priority to educate all of our students. I want to make sure that we're not tone deaf to the impacts of the national and state policy debate. When and where we can, we need to be clear that our student safety and well-being is a priority of our district. Also, changing subjects, please make sure, well, not exactly changing subjects, but please make sure that we're doing our check-ins with our teachers and our staff, because there's a lot going on. in the world. And we want to make sure that those who are closest to our most precious assets, our students, are doing okay so that they can do what's needed for our students. It's important that each student in our district feels valued, like they're a part of our educational community. After all, as our student said earlier, our USD world is a rainbow. With that said, I want to wish everyone a happy Black History Month. May everyone have an opportunity to learn more about our collective history this month and find a deeper appreciation for one another. I'm looking forward to the 2 district Black History celebrations on, as mentioned, February 15th at Rialto High and February 28th at the Bistro. Also, again, happy National School Counseling Week. Thank you for all that our counselors do to ensure we're supporting our students as they navigate life and clear their mental and emotional paths toward their dreams. Now, a couple of months ago, we approved a qualified budget, which I'm not comfortable with. I'd like to see us have an unqualified budget, as I want to make sure our board is looking at the budget on a more frequent basis and has an opportunity to review the draft proposed budget cuts. I believe there will be a budget update next meeting.
No, right after, in closed session.
Oh, okay, sorry. So that'll be soon. That's good news.
In open session, sorry.
Okay. So some boards have committees that may be something we want to consider, is having committee to, keep an eye on the budget. We want to keep looking at that to make sure that we're always in good financial standing, and the way you do that is to keep looking at it and make sure we're always on top of what's going on. Again, I'm not comfortable having a qualified budget, so I am requesting the board's consensus on hosting a budget workshop. I understand that March 15th is coming, and I want to be fully briefed as we have tough decisions ahead of us. I want more time to sit in public and have dialogue with my board colleagues on these matters. These nights go long, and we need more time to just be able to discuss things and work through them. My objective is to have a positive certification on the budget as soon as we can. I'm hoping to have full board support on this. And changing subjects again. Thank you, Sarah and Cordiac, for welcoming me to their respective campuses and showing me around. The kids were great. The staff is they went on adventures. I got to see, corner to corner of the campuses. So that was really awesome to get to see the classrooms, get to see the kids in the classrooms, get to see them at recess, lunch, all the things. Congratulations to all of the science and engineering fair winners recently awarded at Carter High, and all the students that recently received their college IDs as part of their participation in the early college program. I look forward to hearing all about the amazing projects throughout the rest of the district and how our students are striving to give their best, never settling for the rest. That was from our middle school person earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Board Member Dominguez.
Thank you, President Lewis. Well, good evening, everybody. So, first and foremost, thank you, Mr. Monzo, for your insight on the ICE situation. You delivered a very good speech and informational speech to our parents. I do hope that those protocols are on our website, so in English and in Spanish, so our families can reference it back to, in the event that they, when something comes up, we freeze up, we forget things, so that they can have a reference so they can go back to that. Is it up there?
It's up on the website.
It's up, okay, perfect.
Under
So that way
families.
everybody knows that it's up there in the event that they do need it. Again, I was there at the science fair. Congratulations to those students. Those science projects are sparked by curiosity. We need to continue fostering that curiosity and continue feeding that curiosity. I being a science major, going into nursing, I was one of my passions, and I love seeing when I heard that there was a science project that that try to measure the cleanliness of how saliva can clean and sanitize hands. I was like, this is pretty amazing, for a child to think of that. That's RUSD right there, and that's what we need to keep our focus on. That is exactly where our focus needs to be on. There is a lot of noise in our district right now, and we need to shut out that noise and keep focus on what is primarily. And primarily, those are our kids. We need to keep fostering that curiosity. For our ID college ceremony, those kids, they looked shook a little bit, but that's okay. They were excited, they are happy, they are thrilled, they feel like adults. They are adventuring into this new world of college. They feel like it's just seeing the how do I say it? The happy fear of a new world, of exciting new world of what they're walking into. I, as a UC graduating from a junior college, I never went to a big UC, because I put myself through school. My parents never were able to afford to send me to a big university. I never qualified for, the FAFSA or the free money or all of that because obviously, they made too much, so they say. So I went to a UC. I made it into a nurse, and I did what I needed to do. So those kids are already one step ahead of us by not having to pay. So Mr. Joseph Williams said something very important to the parents. Do not let your child drop those classes. They're already one step ahead. So just keep pushing them. And parents, if you see them struggling, students, if you are struggling, go to your counselors, go to your parents, go to your teachers, reach out for help. That's okay. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to need help. I sometimes have to ask for help. Even as a nurse, I have my colleagues around me. Hey, what is this? Or hey, what is that? I haven't seen this. Or hey, I forgot this. Or it's okay to ask for help. It's perfectly fine. I was talking about, noise, and we got to keep that noise out and keep our focus to where it needs to be. I do want to express, my frustration right now with the rumors and the false stories, and the one-sided news stories that have come out, and it has taken a lot of attention from us, from the board, it has really taken a lot of attention from the board, from the real issues of purpose of the district, which is doing everything that we can for our scholars, everything that we need to get the educational stuff that they need for our scholars, so they can be good members of our community. The real work of our district is putting the best people and the best leaders in place to ensure to ensure our scholars' success. We cannot have a district where people do not feel safe and they do not feel safe to speak up. I am tired of the lies. I am tired of that are being spread about me and others. The district deserves the truth. You guys deserve the truth. Our scholars deserve the truth. They are trying to divide us. We cannot be divided. Once they think that we are divided, they feel like they have won. We cannot let them think that they have won. We need to stick together. It doesn't matter what color your skin is. We need to stick together. It doesn't matter where you came from, what your history is, what part of Rialto, if you're North Rialto, South Rialto, Mid Rialto, it doesn't matter. We need to stick together. Because at the end of the day, we all represent Rialto. We don't represent North Rialto. We don't represent South Rialto. We represent Rialto. So tonight, I do want to, propose that we continue forward and we stick together. I know that this board has worked tirelessly to, come together and we'll continue to work together. I will continue to fight for our community. I will continue to fight for our students, for our parents. I have walked these schools, not all of them, because it is tiring. And I have walked these schools, middle schools, high schools, elementaries, seeing the kids' face. I have read to them. I have dressed up as Mrs. Frizzle to go speak to them. And I will do it at any time. As if I can do it, I will be there. And I do want to end with the quote, and it's by Miss Rosa Parks. You must never be fearful of what you're doing when it is right. And let me tell you, I have no fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Board Clerk Montes.
Thank you, Board President, Ms. Lewis, Dr. Lewis. Good evening, esteemed colleagues, students, staff, and members of the community. Tonight, during the board member comments, I want to use my time to address some claims, gossip, rumors, whatever you want to call them, about me that have been circulating recently. As you know, I've been a board member for quite a while now. Nothing gives me greater satisfaction than this public service I do on behalf of our students, parents, and staff. I believe my purpose here is to serve the students and our community, and as long as I'm alive, I will continue to do so to the best of my abilities. I can say without a doubt that although it's been challenging at times, holding this office has overall been one of the best and most rewarding experiences in my lifetime. Right now, though, I feel I'm in one of those challenging times. I'm being put through the ringer in the press, and I hear the gossip and the false rumors made in the press and going around. It disgusts me that I have to spend time like this instead of being focused on improving our district, for the students to address false claims and dishonest rumors spread through irresponsible journalism that takes one side of the story and runs with it as fact or as just reporting the news. It's frustrating because the press knows I can't talk about it and runs with only one side of the story. That's because I've not been authorized by the board to speak about those matters since they involve personnel matters that are confidential and or involve pending anticipated litigation. It's all in the bylaws, like bylaws 9005 and 9010, which I strive diligently to follow. The press should read our bylaws. It might help them write better articles about us. Because of those rules that I follow, I can't talk about the specific complaints and the serious allegations. Instead, I have to sit back and take the slings and arrows from those trying to undermine and discredit me for their own personal and selfish agenda. All that said, I can speak about and draw attention to certain public facts that are enlightening to those who care to look. For example, the personal attacks on my character and my family's business by Frank Montes and his little buddy Steven Figueroa began very soon after the superintendent Avila was placed on leave. Because I stand on principle, I was one of the votes in favor of placing Avila on leave so the district could investigate allegations. He repeatedly sexually harassed a subordinate and retaliated against them when they rejected him. My vote wasn't a secret because it was reported out. But the timing of the emergence of Frank Montes and his puppet, Steven Figueroa, is not a coincidence. So soon after I voted to put Avila on leave. Mind you, before placing Avila on leave, neither Frank nor Steve ever reached out to me personally to share their concerns about me or complain to the district, the board president, the board, or Avila about me. Once I helped put Avila on leave based on the disturbing allegations of sexual harassment and retaliation, suddenly they start showing up to board meetings to publicly complain about me. It calls into question the character of such individuals who would align themselves so quickly and blind to the facts with someone accused of such egregious and disgusting misconduct. Here's the thing. They don't want the process to play out. It's all set out in the board policies and district regulations. There has to be an investigation of the serious allegations which, as reported in the press, involve sexual harassment and retaliation by Avila against a subordinate. So again, I can't talk about the specific allegations in detail, but I can say that it's been reported in the press. Avila was put on leave due to claims of allegations of sexual harassment. Avila, his people, shared that. So that's out in the public now. But if these allegations of sexual harassment, serious allegations, involved a teacher and student or principal and employee, it would be handled the same way. We have a legal obligation under the Fair Employment and Housing Act and Title IX. The alleged perpetrator is put on leave so an impartial investigation can be conducted with integrity and fairness. That's what happened here. Avila is not above the law. He's subject to the same regulations and standards. But for obvious reasons, Frank Montes and Avila don't want that. Ask yourselves why. Why not? Why don't they want the investigation? Why don't they want the process to play out? Why are they trying to distract all of us from the serious allegations against Avila? What do they have to gain? The answer is everything. As a side note, the journalist who wrote the most recent article about Avila being on leave because of sexual harassment allegations should be ashamed of himself for outing a victim of sexual harassment and retaliation. Where is the human decency and dignity? The sexual harassment complainant was victimized again with reckless clickbait journalism and chase reviews? That's a real shame. Now, continuing with what I was saying, those of you who know me know that I don't stand for the kind of behavior shown by Frank Montes. When I could, I publicly refuted Frank Montes and called him out on his hypocrisy. He's a hypocrite for claiming that he's whistleblowing my supposed conflicts of interest when he totally failed to disclose his own here. That he was making a lot of money from the district with Avila in place. He was very unhappy when I pointed that out, that he had a conflict of interest that he wasn't sharing with everyone, and that he had an agenda to bully or remove people he believed were standing in the way of his taking district money. The funny thing is, before all of this, I had no idea Frank Montes was a district vendor doing repair work on our school buses. But I've learned that since 2018, Frank Montes has made over $150,000 from the district, an amount more than all the other auto body vendors used by the district combined. By far, he gets the most district money for auto body work. It's all in the warrants, which are publicly available, so it can be added up and you can see for yourselves. So yeah, Frank Montes has a big financial incentive to try to push me out and put things back the way they were with Avila. And don't let Frank Montes try to convince you the money per year is insignificant. How many of you would turn down $40,000 a year? To me, that's a lot of money to do some body work on our buses. But we can see the quid pro quo relationship between Avila and Frank Montes. They scratch each other's back. Frank Montes helps Avila get back in, and the majority of auto body work flows to Frank Montes. For them both, it's a low risk and a high reward. Avila sits back on paid leave and lets Frank Montes do his dirty work, so Avila gets his very high-paying job back. Complaint swept under the rug, no punishment, along with an aura of untouchability. And Frank Montes, who spends a few hours a month slinging mud at us at meetings and in the press, gets a high-paying vendor gig with the district. It's a big payoff for so little effort. Hence, why suddenly the press is filled with unflattering news that is actually baseless rumors and innuendos about me, my wife, and our business. To their credit, Frank and Steve and Avila are getting their intended effect. It's endlessly frustrating to my wife and me and is causing reputational harm to us and our family business. But it's all a distraction and deflection from the real issue. Avila's being put on leave for, as he disclosed himself, sexual harassment allegations. Again, for anyone that cares to look closely, the claims they filed against me and the district are nearly identical word for word and filed at almost the same time. You'd think they'd be smarter than to copy each other's work and show how they're colluding and working with each other, but they know there's nothing to limit the pressure and influence they can exert. They can act unchecked while I'm limited in how I can respond. So they're using that to their advantage, and they don't care enough to hide the details. In fact, they flaunt their relationship when they publicly post pictures of themselves shaking hands with each other and socializing together at the same events, notably before the December 18th board meeting. At that board meeting, Frank Montes told the board who he wants to be the acting superintendent. It's obvious the press is getting most of their information from these individuals, though of course they won't reveal their sources, but it's a safe conclusion to make. Unfortunately, some of the information given to the press was leaked to them by district staff. Not just as it pertains to me, but the other board members who voted to put Avila on leave. Again, it's low effort for high reward, where the leakers have much to gain and know well enough to cover their tracks, unlike Frank Montes and Steve Figueroa. Clearly, the unauthorized and biased leaks to the press from within the district are very concerning. That should concern the public and the community tremendously, because if they're comfortable and willing to go to those lengths to spin, disclose, or withhold information, what else are they comfortable and willing to do? Or in the case of the Title IX and sexual harassment incidents, not do? Why were people afraid to complain about the harassment until now? If we can't protect our employees from sexual harassment, how good a job are we doing protecting our students from sexual harassment? What don't we know because the people in charge or responsible didn't want us to know about it or hid it? These are bad actors, and they are putting our kids at risk. We don't want to repeat history here. We should not forget that it wasn't too long ago that the prior administration had opened the door for Avila to come here, had a superintendent who was unchecked and had total authority and control over the district from his office. Incidents were swept under the rug or never reported because of fear of retaliation and the near total control he wielded over the district. We all heard about the buddy-buddy deals that took place behind the scenes, sweet deals that were given to his friends and supporters, who in turn protected him and encouraged his behavior. Ultimately, he suffered a downfall. His grasp on power was undone because of the unquenchable greed of his accountant girlfriend, who over the years embezzled several millions of dollars from the district under her shirt, like the parent pointed out earlier. That blew up out of control, his control, once word got out, and she went to jail and he left our district. It seems history was trying to repeat itself again with Avila, who wanted to fill the power vacuum for himself with the help of some selfish and unscrupulous yes people. People who willingly debase themselves in order to save their own jobs and enrich themselves at the expense of the district. So while I can't publicly discuss the substance of their claims or the disturbing allegations described in the sexual harassment complaint against Avila, I can point out the relationship between Avila, Frank Montes, and Steve Figueroa and the motivations for their working together. I can point out to the curious timings of leaked internal district information to the press that just appears to be unflattering to those who voted to put Avila on leave, which were followed by one-sided news articles, the collusion among bad actors to release what seemed unflattering information about me and other board members makes me wonder whether they also colluded to withhold negative information about Avila and his performance from me and the district. What did they actively hide from us? For these reasons, I believe it is entirely appropriate and necessary for an independent investigation and audit to take place. Not by a law firm, but by the California Attorney General, the California Department of Education, and Office of Civil Rights, and with particular regard to Title IX, a Department of Justice audit and investigation. I would like to see an item on the next agenda about bringing in an Attorney General and the State Department of Education of Civil Rights to take a closer look at our district and the people in leadership positions. But let me be clear. This is not judgment on all of our district employees. Overall, I am really proud of our employees who in good conscience and good faith come to work committed to bettering the kids in our schools. I'm only talking about the handful of bad actors here, the ones who are prioritizing themselves, who are self-serving and serving ulterior motives and agendas. They know who they are, but the rest of our district employees, they are great, and I want to make sure that message is not lost here. I see the good work that you are doing and how you're helping our kids to succeed and benefit, and I will continue to fight for you and our kids. I'll conclude by saying that I look forward to the time when we can all focus our efforts and attention on the good of our students, but know that until then, I will devote the necessary time to fight for my reputation and my wife's and our family's business and call out unscrupulous, dishonest, and unethical bad actors. Thank you.
Thank you for Clerk Montez. Now we're going to have Vice President Martinez.
All right, thank you, President Lewis, President Dr. Lewis. Okay, it is getting late, but I want to congratulate all the science students, all the winners, all the participants. Sorry I missed it. I was attending a Kiwanis Student of the Month recognition program, which we have most months. Want to congratulate Carter's Jillian Howard and Andrew Boyd, Eisenhower, Maya Murillo, and David Rivera, Myler, Nancy Cazares, and Elizabeth Martinez, Rialto, Antonio Regoza Quintero, and Cici Romero. All these students will continue on, and they will be in the selection process for Student of the Year. So, okay. What else do I have? Let's see if I can drag it out. Okay. Property taxes and attendance fund our schools. I don't think we'll have any problem here with our property taxes. But remember the people who lost their home and everything to fire. So if those monies, the taxes, fail to get to the government, meaning the state, it's possible that the budget will, the May revised, let me be clear, will show that. And we may or may not get that 2.3, 2.4. They may say, like they have in many years, we have to wait until the money comes in to give it to you. So either way, remember the people who lost everything in your prayers, and if you can do anything else, there's ways to get support to them. Let's see. Mr. Monzo, I'm sorry you left early. Yeah, about 9:30, about 9:31, if I remember right. That Ike tour, I was going to ask him whether he recorded that, whether our communications department went in and he gave us a tour via video. Was he able to? He did? For Eisenhower, the new building?
We do have a tour. I'm sorry, it's late. Okay.
Yes, that's not a problem.
I apologize, I should remember the golden rule.
Yes, I know, I'm decaffeinated now too.
No, it's okay.
Okay. Mr. Monzo was given a tour of the new building at Eisenhower High School.
Yes.
And I had suggested that Communication Services record that tour. Was that able to happen?
No, we can record the tour. We did have a podcast with Mr. Monzo, and we will do that in the future. We had a podcast with his favorite teacher and Crystal Polito, his principal, and we will work on that.
All right, thank you
Okay,
for the
you're welcome.
update.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Other than that, Super Bowl weekend, enjoy it.
Well, thank you, Vice President Martinez. You know, when wounds and cuts are deep, there's a lot of festering that has to come to the surface. And it was very important for us to hear from everyone, to listen, because to clean out the wound is a lot of pain. You got to get all that dead tissue out. You got to get the oozing. And I think this is the first time in Zip we're coming to the point where things are no longer being held under the surface, and it's going to bubble up. So I take no offense. People have to speak their passion. But we're still at a privilege where there's, laws and things can't go as fast because there's investigations and there are signs, but then there's a timeout. And we have to take a timeout because you have to let things come to the surface and the process. It's easy to think that we make money up here, but we are not employees of the district. We are servants of the district. So it's a minimum stipend. But in Black history, I'm from the deep red clay earth of Alabama. And I know education is a lot different in the southern states, but you're not ready for it here. So all these department and investigation, they're looking for everyone. See, not only is the schools fighting for their funds if they're going to come, but the seniors and the insurance and the pension and a district job that has a union. My father moved with 6 kids to 5 different states so he could be allowed in a union. We lived in a basement and an attic, and he thought, well, I'll stay in Chicago because that was the first union he was permitted in. He was at church school. That's where you taught, African-American male teacher, in the basement of the church. No benefits for the family, no health care. He had Jesus Christ, but, he had 6 kids and a wife and a mother and a grandmother. So he got to Chicago and loved his students, got on the union. The union really didn't represent him, but he's like, hey, this pension is tied to here, so I will do what I have to do. He moved us to Alabama and commuted 8 hours every weekend. Every weekend. And he stayed in that attic so we could have a house. That's a sacrifice. So it's going to be some sacrifice coming to California, to all schools. And people say, oh, I'm not going to send my kid because I don't want to pay you money. It's not about this district. It's about public education, period. A charter school is not going to pay teachers pensions and benefits and health care. They're not going to be credentialed. They're not going to have band. And we think about, oh, well, yeah, I would go there to wind up getting that traffic, and then they cherry pick their special needs. They only let so many in and so many out. A private school, you're going to pay for lunch, you're going to pay for band, you're going to pay for transportation, you're going to pay for all these things. So to hold this hub together, now we do have to filter out. We do listen. There are issues, and they're coming to the surface, and we're digging them out, and we're investigating, and we're holding, and we're pausing. But I'm glad people are coming. That's the only way we're healing begin, when you stop covering a wound. Now, it is hurtful, and it's painful, and there's a lot of truth and error that we hear. It's all mixed together, right? But in time, sometimes you never filter it out, but we'll move on, because right now, the stakes are so high. We can argue here or whatever and shoot our own self in the foot, because the federal government is not that protection, and all these agencies, they're trying to figure out, because it's disruption. Things are in courts and lawsuits and going to be in lawsuits for quite some time. That's why our budget is not really sure. They're holding taxes. And of course, I'm like, oh, I don't have to pay my taxes. I can hold off for another 4 months. But then I know the schools and everyone that's budgeting. But that's what they're thinking about. They are. Who's going to pay taxes on a house that's burnt down? What are the schools' teachers that they can't even find their information for their pension? The people who decided to take a golden handshake, congratulations. You deserve it, and you're at the point in your life you can take it. My father did get the union back and got the pension back, because he retired at 55 and he lived to 93. So he said, yeah, that drive was worth it, But the thing is once you break these types of school district jobs, and there's only a few industries where you have pensions and things like that. Once we eat the young of our teachers, you don't get those benefits back. Okay? So each school is different and have different needs, and some schools said, no, we don't need pouches here. We're looking for this. Other school, this is our culture, this is what we're going to have. But, we have to sort of think, are we for public school education or not? Are we going to be in the team? Do some people have to set aside while the investigation and process go and take its turn, but we still have to move on, but we have to allow them? Then I wonder if when people are in other people's ear and have someone, when someone's on leave, they're on leave with pay, But we have to look at this process. It's hurtful, it's painful. If you ever had a burn and they have to pull and let that it bleeds. And they pull it off till it bleeds, because then you have good tissue. So Rialto Unified School District, we're bleeding right now. We're bleeding, and that's okay, because we're getting to the root cause. We're being patient and deliberate. I wanted each person to speak in their own voice because they drove here in their own car and they're going back to their own house. And no one should really speak for anyone else because it's very important to hear the voice. When we're hearing things about different things as investigation, because they do have, different types of personnel, but we're working on it. But we have to look and say, it's painful, but this thing didn't just start overnight. It's deep, but we're getting down to it. We're getting down with it, and I have every confidence as we change practice, as we add new policies, as we look at personnel, as we question and dive deep and have input and then have decisions. And maybe, we have to go through this process. I am for public education because I know the costs that it takes and I know how it rewards. But a lot of us, we choose to work. But there's a lot of new teachers that are coming in. And it's not just teachers, and that's one of the things. It's all staff and all people who work in this district that they still have mortgage to pay. They still have rent to pay. They still have a pre-existing condition that they need their benefits. So I really take offense when people say, let the ship burn. You let the ship burn, everyone drowns. So, you're all in a ship, and we'll work this out, and we will find the right sail. We'll get the right combination. But we can only get it if we can say, you know what, let's let this process be the process. Let's continue to hear voice. I'm not one to stay late, but I will stay late because this is what I decided to do, is to listen, to have discernment. Because you don't know. You don't know the power of the book. There's a segment that just want people to be workers, not thinkers. They want to train you. Rialto Unified School District are just not training robots. We're training with critical thinking, to read for yourself, to make your opinion. So each person in the audience or whatever, they're going to make their own opinion. They're going to wait it out, but they're going to appreciate not being stifled. So as painful as hearing some of these comments, we are working. Our students are very, very bright. But children don't have a voice. And so when you're talking about the protections, those protections of school systems and meals, seniors, they've been taken away, stroke of a pen, and it's not even mandated. It's a disruption that it caused in a system. So let's be thoughtful. Let's be mindful. Let's know that it's a process, and we're up to it. You're up to it. We can take it. We're up to it. We will work. We can have different opinions, and that's what makes the beauty of a board, is having different opinion, consensus, whatever it may be, with the best interests of saving Rialto Unified School District, but public education and services, because people would love to buy homes on all these school properties, big developments, okay? So let's not get it cloudy, but let's not think it's not going to be painful. But I think it's going to be something beautiful, just like after every storm, is that rainbow. It's still raining right now, but I know we're going to be better. We have this pride, and we will continue. So the folks sitting on this desk right now over there, they're working hard. We're working hard, and you're working hard, but the students are working even harder. They're working harder because they're taking the anxiety of the parents, the anxiety of the teachers, the anxiety of just being a child. They work the hardest. So that's why we're in this game. So thank you for all your comments. And we're dealing with everything financially. As things come, as things change, we're ever evolving. And nothing is wasted. So don't ever think, your comments are not wasted. we're listening, your thought. But, you know, we cut too, and we bleed through it. So that's just part of it, but we will heal. So let's go to Martha. Take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lewis. We move on to consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by the Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action.
Are there any pulls? Okay.
I'd like to pull E13, E14, and E33.
What was the
Repeat that
last
back.
one, Member Williams?
The last, so E13, E14, and E33.
Any other? Board member?
E2.
What was it, Member Dominguez?
E2.
1 point.
Or, oh, sorry, E2, E2.1.
So we're going to vote on the rest, and then we're going to do those by item so we can have the discussion.
I make the motion to approve consent calendar items with the exception of the pools.
E1.3, E.
So moved.
1.4, E3.3, and E2.1.
Is that correct with all their pull?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Vote by Board Member Williams.
Yes.
Vote by Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Vote by Board Clerk Montes.
Aye.
Vote by Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, thank you. We move on to E1.3. Approve the first reading of board policies 411924, 421924, and 431924, maintaining appropriate adult-student interactions. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, let's start with our question discussion. We'll start with Board Member Williams. You had the poll.
Number 3, visiting a student's home or inviting a student to visit the employee's home without parent guardian consent. Is there a scenario where we would have a visit with consent without another adult present?
So I'll ask Ms. Rhonda Kramer to please go up and address it. Oh, go ahead, Rox and Dominguez.
Good evening. Can you repeat the question?
Is there a scenario where we would have a visit with a student in a home with the consent of their parent guardian without another adult present?
We would not recommend that. If an adult is going to the home, it should be for maybe a home visit that's organized through the school site with the administration to discuss maybe
Could you
a
speak a
matter.
little louder? Oh, there you go.
I heard her. Okay, thank you. I wanted to, can we add in, so that it reads visiting because this would mainly, is there a scenario where it would be inappropriate for is it considered inappropriate for an adult student to have this visit? A visit that's noted in number 3.
For a student who's over 18?
Correct.
Again, it would need to apply to a reason for any employee certificated or classified to be at a family member or student's home without a parent or for a legal reason. So, no, if they're still our child enrolled in our school sites, there would need to be a reason why we're going to the home.
Okay. I always try to stay mindful that we have children and adult students. So I just, I want to suggest adding into that sentence without another adult present. We don't already have that in there. So I would suggest putting like visiting, and it could just say a student's home or a minor student's home, or inviting a student to visit the employee's home without parent guardian's consent and or without another adult present. and with another adult present.
So what I'm hearing, because do anyone else have any other questions to add? I do have a question. We usually go 2 by 2. So you never one person, one person go, and that's not really clarified into this. And so same sex, opposite sexes always have to be 2 people. So I think maybe we should pull this and have this sort of redrafted. Sure. So we can sort of put those clarifications.
We can discuss those revisions with the
Right.
superintendent.
Okay. So we're going to pull E
1.3
1.3.
be pulled.
Might I recommend using the language of chaperone rather than another adult, because that could be same sex, opposite sex.
Yeah, let's go back to.
Can we have a vote to have it pulled, President?
So
Did I
moved.
make a- Did you make the motion?
Yeah, I
Go
made a
ahead.
motion.
Second. So Ms. Dominguez made the first. I second it. Vote by Board Member Williams,
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez,
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez,
Aye.
Vice President Martinez,
Aye.
and I.
Okay, we move on to E 1.4. Approve the first reading of revised board policy 5145.6 and exhibit parent guardian notifications. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, let's open it up for question and discussion.
So page 64, second to last paragraph, bolded, it says any signature is an acknowledgement of receipt of the information but does not indicate that consent to participate in any particular program has been given or withheld. Do we have an issue with changing that to a signature or even combining those 2 sentences? Because any signature just seems like, I don't know, somebody that's not even related to the kid.
Yeah,
The student.
There may be an issue that's referred into Ed Code 48982. Is that direct language?
It seems like it's, oh, go ahead.
I don't know. Let's check it out.
No, I was just saying, who's speaking to that?
Yeah, I'm looking at page 107. Go ahead, Dr. Boucher. CSBA.
And from the CSBA example that you gave us, so it could be changed to a signature. If the concern is any signature,
Like anything will do.
can you guys hear me now? If it's Ed code, we can change it. Right? So we're gonna have to look at it.
Okay, yeah, okay, and my suggestion would be just to put that together because we're looking for a parent guardian signature, and so I would suggest if we can change it, semicolon, not required, semicolon, a signature is acknowledgement.
So I'll make a motion to pull it so we can have time to investigate, and then probably can. Did you have a further question?
Yes, I do. What about those parents that are not really fluent in writing and just barely write their initials? Would that be considered a signature instead of the language that's currently there? Would that be a conflict of it?
We'd have to investigate that.
Okay.
I think it carries over to when people were illiterate in our United States early days. They made their mark. I believe that is still current law.
Okay.
Well, let's really get the clarification.
Yes.
And so I make a motion to pull, and we'll have that in a board update, and we can sort of revisit that.
Second.
Okay, any further question? Okay, roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And I.
No, 107.
Okay, we move on to instruction consent items, and we're gonna look
I
at.
think you had one more?
Yeah, it was the E2.1.
Correct, E 2.1.
Okay, there you go.
Approve an amendment to the overnight trip to USA Spirit Nationals competition, Rialto High School. Do you have a motion?
So move.
Second?
Okay, question is Board Member Dominguez?
Yes, I just have a question on the dollar amount. I don't see what it was changed to because it went from 3 chaperones to 5. So I just want to make sure that the quantities are correct because, I mean, I do want to move forward with the approval, but I just want to make sure the quantities are correct so we don't have to come back to fix it again.
Okay, we'll look at it. I know it was an oversight. It
Yes.
was originally 24, and it went to 43, and we had to, obviously with the ratio, we had to add the chaperones like you saw. We'll check on that. It says currently at no, cost not to exceed $4,000.
Correct. I just, yeah, there's no price difference of like saying, okay, normally it would say, 24,000 with the new price of, X amount. So I just want to make sure that that with the price that's on here is the correct amount that we are going to approve.
Are you referring to the total price of what
Yes,
it
the
totally
total
costs
price,
us?
yes.
It's on page 107
Yes.
too, it's still 24.
Yeah, it's still showing at 4,000 on page 107, so.
Yeah, on page 107, you're right. It says not to exceed 4,000 on both the top and the background.
Correct.
And then at the bottom.
Chaperone says 3 there, not 5.
On the recommendation, it says 5. You see that?
And in the first paragraph, it says 3.
And that's because of the oversight. That's why it's being amended.
Okay.
Okay. Are
Okay.
you,
I would like to approve it tonight because I don't want to delay it. Can we get those numbers?
I'd like to amend that to not to exceed, was the price 43?
How about we look at the old board item really quick, if we can? And then
Okay.
to make that decision tonight.
So if it was 24.
Okay, so
we
we'll just
stop.
come back to it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
we didn't,
Amend it. And-
Okay, so we're gonna
With the
come
right
back to that one?
yes.
Yeah, we'll come back to that one.
Okay, so we move on to 3.3.
Did you have another poll?
No.
Oh, okay.
I think that was all the polls.
Item 3.3, ratify the approval of the purchase of safe pouches for Frisbee Middle School. Motion?
So moved?
Second?
Second.
Do we have any questions or discussion?
I do.
Okay.
So we have quite a few parents that are not in support of these pouches, and we are ratifying something that was already done. What are the implications of not paying this debt that the school district has incurred?
So I'll have Ms. Diane Romo talk to that.
We have an obligation with the vendor to pay them as we took possession of the pouches.
So we are voting on having these come out of the general fund. Are there any other funds that this could come out of? Are there other ways to raise the money or to pay for these? What are the other options to pay outside of the general fund?
All district sources that go towards operation are part of the district general fund. And so in order for us to seek other funding, we'd have to seek a sponsor that would donate the payment towards these specific pouches.
I have a question. Okay, what was actually the total cost? And I thought when it was presented that it was coming out of Title IX or Title I funding?
Sounds right.
I believe at the beginning it was, the way that it was proposed, it was to come out of CSI funds. And we didn't find that that was appropriate. So this has to be paid by general unrestricted funds.
So what is the total amount since it's already been purchased?
The amount on the board item is correct because we verified it against the invoices.
It was in the back, it was like 13 something.
Just since we're asking questions. So what's the likelihood of getting a
Wait,
spot?
she's trying to,
Sorry.
trying to answer you.
It's like, oh, it's quiet.
Yeah, she's looking.
We rounded it up, but it's not, I don't have the exact number with me, but it's below 13,000. It's 12,000 and change. If you want that exact number, I can get it for you.
Well, it was First it was 10,000 and then it was 13, so we're just trying to figure out what's the
Right,
exact
so
cost.
what happened was the school site ordered the initial amount.
Oh, okay.
And once they implemented, they realized that students were tearing, they were forgetting them at home, they were being misplaced. And so an additional 100 pouches were ordered. And so the combination of those two invoices is how we arrived at this proposed item.
Are there any other questions or discussion before we take the vote?
Yeah, just wanted to know, what is the likelihood of getting a sponsorship at this point to pay for these pouches?
In all reality, it's unlikely. Normally, when we seek donations, donations come with an intended purpose, right? And more often than not, they want things going directly towards students for a tangible item, right? Are they going to come in and sponsor a field trip? Are they going to sponsor maybe a scholarship? We even have a difficult time sometimes finding sponsors for adults, as is our employee recognition, things of that nature. So, for us to go out and seek 13,000, there are several people in our district that are very, very good at fundraising and looking for donations, but this would definitely take a while.
Okay, Vice President?
Yes, I need to point out that this also means in the future, the board needs to discuss and authorize cell phone pouches, because this was a trial, and now the public's got other concerns. So when you bring something else to the board, make sure it's before, at least on the cell phone pouch topic.
Board Clerk Montes?
Yeah, I just want to say that I've heard both people for and against the cell phone pouches, but I think at Frisbee, the majority of the staff there are in favor of them. The majority of the parents are in favor of them, not to prevent students from recording or using their cameras. It's to prevent distraction. We have a really difficult time, and our student board member attested to it, that taking away cell phones from students will literally give them withdrawals, and they will literally give them a culture shock of how addicted children are to their cell phones. So in order to have a more productive learning environment, this was a trial-based action that was then at Frisbee. We were given a presentation at the last board meeting. I think originally the cost was not going to be above 10,000, and most items that are not above 10,000 don't come to the agenda. But if the cost exceeded and it's here now, we need to hear from parents and staff members or anyone in the community who's against the cell phone pouches. But it's my understanding that the students are not to be using them during class time, instruction time, and other certain times throughout the school day. I've gotten, as a parent from Frisbee, I've gotten positive feedback about students talking to each other now, having to interact with each other rather than being glued on the phone like this, like a lot of us adults are even guilty of nowadays. But I think it's a good trial. Let's let Frisbee go some time with the trial. If it's productive, if it's effective, if it needs modifications or changes, that could all be done there. And then if we ever consider to implement this or try it at other schools, at least we'll already have a basis. But I do think we need parental input. I do think we need staff input. And then the results will speak for themselves. If a school starts doing better academically because of the cell phone pouches, I think it's worth it. But at the same time, we need to get feedback from parents. Are more parents in favor of it, or are more parents against it? Are more staff members in favor of it, or more staff members against it? And the truth of the matter is, most schools have cameras, have security cameras, and I think there's probably other ways, maybe in the future, I don't know, cameras in the classroom, I don't know. There's other ways of having surveillance, security surveillance of children's safety and staff safety, other than depending on kids running to school fights to record fights or whatever else that they can record. And I understand it's a safety concern, and of course, anyone would want their child to record something if something was happening to them. But we got to weigh all the pros and the cons. We got to look at other ways of keeping an eye on our children and making sure that they're safe. And I agree with that parent earlier who said that she doesn't like the fact that all the fences are all covered up now with privacy blinders because now you can't see into the school. One time I saw a person jumping. No, it's regarding safety. I saw an individual jump the fence into Casey Elementary, and I turned around. I was on my work, and I turned around to see why he had jumped the fence. And yeah, he wasn't all there. Had the privacy fence been there, he's running through the field. Nobody sees him. But back to the safety. I think it's the purpose of the pouches were for instruction and to get kids to pay attention to the class, to the lesson, to the instruction. But it's my understanding that they also have them in their possession, and if they need to call their parents for whatever reason, all of that can happen. But I commend Frisbee for taking the lead on this and trying this at their school, because we'll be keeping a close eye on how effective it is to see if we want to consider doing it at other schools, and also getting input from the community, the parents and staff. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Lewis.
And Martins?
Yes, I just wanted to mention, you mentioned the culture shock. And if the culture shock is the same as middle school, having to talk to your peer instead of text them, that's a positive, not a negative.
Well, my comment is that I visit other middle schools, and this is not a district-wide policy. Some middle schools, they have other issues, and they preferred not to. Frisbee is one. The problem is the process was off, okay? And that's not going to happen again. But when they gave the presentation, I think it was made clear that we will be getting an update from the Frisbee parents, because that's the school that's decided, and the teachers, not just the parents, the teachers, the staff. And he was going to, principal who's here was going to give us an update in about 2 months to give it time to settle in the process. So, just sort of, people get excited, and this is where we sort of have to get the systems in place. But I visit another middle school, they say, oh, no, I don't have problems with the phone. So this is where each campus have to decide how or what thing to implement. It's not a district-wide policy. It's more of a campus based on one. But I think it's understood that the process is, has to be enforced.
So, Dr. Lewis, can I add 2 things? But I think in 2 years, all schools have to have something on cell phones by the governor, by the state superintendent in place for cell phones. And then the second thing is the principal's here with some data that he can share with you, because they went through the whole month of January, if you want that to hear about that data.
I'd like to
Well,
hear.
I just want to say that policies are changing as we speak. So, as things settle down, because there's a lot of things on parents' choice and what they want to see. So we can't really take what was said 2 years ago, because there's a lot of things that are changing. Board Member Williams?
I just wanted to clarify that tonight's agenda item is about the fiscal responsibility of it. And I did also assume that in the future, once the trial had gone forth, and that we would have an opportunity to decide whether or not to implement it in other schools going forward. But I wanted to make sure we did our due diligence, and in this budget item, especially considering, we're watching our budget, right? Okay, that's all.
Okay. Questions
ready.
all finished?
Nope,
Discussion?
I'm ready to vote.
It's always good to have healthy discussion, listening to what we get the feedback from the floor. Okay, ready, Board Member Williams?
Yes.
Okay, Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
On this one item, one time, aye.
Aye. Okay. Did we complete our?
Do we want to go back to 2.1?
Yes. Did we get the information?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
we will go ahead and change the cost from at a cost not to exceed $8,000 instead of $4,000.
Okay, and so the total cost is, did that answer your question?
So,
Member
so the new
Dominguez?
cost is $8,000. It went from 4,000 to 8,000. Okay, perfect. So that's, okay, so that's fine.
And
As
that
long
will
as they
cover-
have the right total and we don't have to, come back for an oversight.
It goes to, yeah, from 48, it
So
was
how do we move
originally
forward with the amendment?
27.
Well, we go ahead and read it with the amended cost, but I want to make sure anyone else had any questions or discussion. Okay,
Oh, by the way, these are the girls that went to nationals, right? No, they went to state. They went to state. So good job, Rialto High. Keep it up.
okay,
This is
so,
where our focus on our money should be at.
okay.
Okay, we will go
Yeah, she's
ahead
gonna
and
read it with the new
approve the registration fees, lodging, and transportation for 43 female student athletes and 5 female chaperones to compete in the USA Spirit Nationals at the Anaheim Convention Center in Anaheim, California, effective February 13, 2025 through February 15, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $8,000 and to be paid from the ASB and General Fund Athletics.
I'd like to make a motion as amended. Would we
Second.
accept it?
Okay, any further questions?
No?
Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Go girls.
Yes. Good luck, Rialto High.
Okay, now we're ready to move on to discussion action items.
Yes.
Item F1, approve change order number 1 for Silver Creek Modular LLC for the Supanic Virtual Academy project. Motion?
So move?
Second?
Approve change order number 1 for the Silver Creek Modular LLC in the amount of $23,156.17 for a revised contract amount of $2,205,315.17 for the modular classroom building at the Supanic Virtual Academy and to be paid from Fund 25 Capital Facilities Fund.
Any questions or discussions? Okay. Vote by Board Member Williams?
Yes.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F2, approve an agreement with Miller Architecture to provide architectural engineering design services for upgrades to the CNG station infrastructure to support electrical vehicle charging stations.
So move?
Second?
This item is effective February 6, 2025 through December 31st, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $69,000 and to be paid from Fund 40 Special Reserve for Capital Outlay Projects.
Any questions or discussions? Okay. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Member Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, item F3, deny liability claim number 242515. Motion?
So move?
Second?
Second.
Is this?
Was this the one that we were gonna go discuss back in closed session?
No.
No? Okay, okay.
Did we get a second?
Oh, yeah,
No,
Martinez
not yet.
seconded, so.
Okay. Alrighty, vote by Board Member Williams?
Yes. Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F4, administrative hearings. Do we have a motion?
So move?
Second?
Case numbers 242535, 242536, 242537, and 242542.
Okay.
Discussion?
Vote by Board Member Williams?
Yes, aye.
Okay, vote by Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Because it's already passed, I'm going to abstain.
Okay. And aye.
Item F5, stipulated expulsion. Motion.
So move.
Second.
Case number.
Twen-
Case number 24,
24,
25, and 39. Vote by Board Member Williams.
I need a moment. Make sure I know which one this is.
Sorry, do we want to finish that one and then we need to go back to F3 for a second? Did we get all votes?
Okay. Okay, hold on. It's this one, it doesn't say. Who did it, of course. Was it separate piece of paper? Okay. I need to change my vote on F3 to an abstention.
Okay, so let's just do the recall vote again on that. Can we just sort of?
Are we doing F5?
Yes.
President Lewis?
Yes, F3. Just,
Oh, F3. Deny liability claim number 242515. Vote call?
Okay, Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye. I'm sorry. Abstain. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I turned into a pumpkin somewhere around 8 o'clock.
Okay, okay.
Okay, we move on to F6. Reinstatements, motion.
So moved.
Second.
Case numbers 232432, 232440, 232442, 232446, 232451, 232466, EE 2425-1.
Board Member Williams.
Yeah, aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Because this one's already passed, I'm going to also abstain.
Okay, and aye.
Okay, F7, reinstatement of expulsions, motion.
So move.
Second.
Case numbers 2425-2, 2425-11.
Okay. Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Okay. Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I would like to ask the board, we needed to, well, I just want to ask if we can just have a special meeting because it's sort of late, if we can do Wednesday to take this up?
Next Wednesday?
Yes.
We just need 10 minutes.
Well, no, there's other things too. It's 11 o'clock to make that call. Can we schedule a special meeting for?
Everyone's calendar is just.
Are we looking at February 11th?
Yes.
No, the Wednesday is at 12.
Sorry.
Wednesday's at
Yes,
12.
12.
At what time?
If we can make it at 6 because it's not.
Okay.
Six is fine for me.
Okay, so do that give us enough time to post that?
Diane, will that help?
Next Wednesday, yeah.
Okay. So we're going to make that, go into adjournment.
Okay, we move on to adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held February 19, 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the superintendent's office. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The time is 10:59.
And our next special board meeting will be
Wednesday, February 12th at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Good conversation. I feel the